Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. It's nice to see you all here to kickstart the third quarterly meetup this year at European Gaming. I think it's our 10th virtual conference in a row this year, so we are happy to see all of you. It's nice to kickstart this event with already 300 viewers on YouTube. I'm saying hello to everyone over there as well. Send us your questions via the chat room. So, we sent you an email yesterday to remind you that we are starting the conference 30 minutes earlier because Daria has contacted us last week about the results of a survey we did at our earlier conference this year. So it was very urgent for us to let everyone know about this survey. It's about the digitalization in the iGaming industry. Something we have been focusing on for the past 2 years now, maybe even more before the virtual conferences started. We was always focusing on the synergy between online and land-based. So I have with me here in the first session, Daria Yakovenko from Maxville and Yaroslav Chachenko. Am I pronouncing it correct? Okay, also from Maxville. So let's just start by introducing ourselves and maybe Daria, you can go first. Yaroslav, you can follow Daria, introducing yourself. Tell us what you do.
Yes, thank you, Zoltan. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's our first time at the meetup like that, and it's great being here. Thank you for having us a lot. I am a business development representative at Maxville and like in a marketing department, and we are the technological solutions and partner management solutions developers for different industries, specifically for iGaming businesses. Yaroslav.
Yes, thank you, Daria. Thank you, Zoltan. And I'm also very happy to be here. A few words about me. I am a gaming expert in Maxville. I am responsible for evolving our gaming vertical in our company. And also in parallel, I am a vice president of Agile Delivery in Maxville.
Okay, so you guys based in Prague?
We have a Daria.
Yeah, partially. Yeah, we have offices in Prague, in Ukraine, in UK. So yeah, we're all over.
We miss Prague. We miss Prague Gaming Summit. Okay, so could you tell us? I think Daria, you should start by telling us more about the origins of this survey we did. I think it was back at Prague Gaming Summit, the virtual conference.
Yeah, exactly. It was like exactly the previous meetup. Yeah, why we decided to do this survey is actually because we've been working with different verticals for 25 years already. But with iGaming, it's a young industry for us, and we were working it with like 6 years. It's a very interesting industry for us. It's very young. It's very cool even. It's growing really fast. A lot of very interesting things are happening a lot in it, and it's very it transforms very quickly, and for us that's a very interesting focus. And we decided to make this kind of survey because we've been going to these meetups, for example, like yours, and we are working with companies like large providers in iGaming, for example, like NetEnt, that are already part of Evolution Gaming, and they are dealing a lot with the topic of iGaming regulations, and we're dealing with the back office processes. So we're always interested in like what's going on in the market, and how we can actually, perhaps on our technological side, how we can help, and how we can provide better solutions to answer the most pressing questions for the industry. And we also saw that iGaming community is a very close community. That was also very interesting for us because I don't think we've ever seen anything like that, and especially in Europe, everybody knows everybody. And with regulations like that, it's also, even though they are being introduced in various countries at a different pace, the effects they're causing is pretty much the same for everyone. So that's why we wanted to create the survey to just like gather all the opinions in one place about the effects that these regulations are causing. And maybe we also wanted to know that maybe there is also something positive coming from them too, because the most popular opinion that we heard was that, of course, it's causing a lot of inconvenience, a lot of change, but wanted to see, well, maybe there's something positive in that as well. So what we noticed, and let me share my screen real quick just to show you the results that we got. It was interesting that we saw that when we asked our participants how were their businesses affected by the regulations, most of them answered that yeah, it was a negative effect. Some of them couldn't determine yet how that affected their businesses, but some of them said that it was actually a very positive effect, and some of them just didn't think it had any effect at all. And among the most common negative consequences were revenue losses and just in general inconveniences to their like back office processes, to their internal operations. So the reasons for that were that first of all, the licensing procedures, of course, and we hear about it a lot. It was changed, and it was altered for many companies, and especially for like smaller companies that were just trying to get into the market. And it was a very pressing moment, as we understand, for smaller companies, because when COVID hit, a lot of offline casinos, they were closed down, and many had to transfer to online casinos, and for that they needed licenses very fast, very in huge quantities. And that procedure was the top point that was affected for their businesses. The other thing that was affected were the customer and the partner experience. And with a lot of like bureaucracy, with a lot of reporting, the relationship between partners changed in a way that they had to go through very different like workflows. Their communication and their cooperation had to be conducted on a very different like framework from now on. And also, of course, we heard a lot about that marketing and the promotion of for example, the casinos. Yeah, it was affected a lot because these regulations, they involved a lot of restrictions to that. And yeah, of course, reporting and documentation was also affected a lot, like because these regulations, they all have they somewhat lack like consistency and transparency, and sometimes the businesses, they don't even know what exactly they have to comply with. Like they're not sure, and it's changing really fast. So it caused like the like payment cycles between partners and clients and vendors and regulators, it became longer, it became more complicated, and the logic of the taxation, it was not explained maybe properly to businesses, and so that's why there was also an opinion that we saw that maybe these regulations, they're not very fair to all of the players in this market, because of course the larger companies, they will have no problem with complying with all of that, but it will be of course easier for them than for smaller startups, for example, and that's could in the opinion of some respondents could cause like an somewhat unhealthy situation and the ecosystem inside of the sector. Yeah, of course, like we said, the partnership and the customer relations have also changed, and that was like the first thing that the companies, the iGaming providers, they decided to change as well, was their approach to customer and partner relations. And what was interesting for us specifically is that when we asked what processes you have adjusted or like planning to adjust following the regulations, where's the technologies that the companies are implementing. And that's really interesting for us because when we see that something happening in the market, like you have these outside regulations, they were also asking, like, what can the businesses do themselves to manage all these like changes from the outside? Like, how can they get back at least part of control over their own procedures? And that for us was a pretty interesting result.
Yeah, on behalf of us, and also I think on behalf of you guys, we really want to thank you for everyone, say a thank you to everyone who participated in this survey, because as you see, there were quite a few, many responses. And yeah, I just wanted to ask you about, you mentioned earlier about that you wanted to explore what the advantages iGaming businesses see in the regulation.
Oh, yes.
What did you find out over there?
Actually, among the most common advantages that the respondents named were that it was actually a better, a more fair environment, a more safe environment, both for the players, for the customers of the providers and the providers in general, but on the condition that all of these regulations will be unified across the entire, for example, European Union, because if they're different for all of the providers, that's not a fair ground.
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, that was
that's a dream on, because
yeah.
This has been in talks for the past 7-6 years, something like that. Yeah. Anything you'd like to add before I move on to Yaroslav?
No, I think yeah, for now these were the main results that we got.
Okay. Thank you. So Yaroslav, how can implementing new technological solution inside the company help with managing the effects of the regulation coming from the outside?
Yeah, thank you, Zoltan, for the question. Well, actually, how it started, yes, a few years ago, one of our partners came to us and told us, well, guys, look, we are doing billing together. You're doing billing for us. We are very happy. What about gaming tax? What about taxation? It is a mess, let's say, worldwide mess, because each and every regulator, each and every territory, even not a country, but sometimes even territory, has own regulations, and it is a pain in our back to maintain all this reporting, and such reports must be very accurate, because this is not just an invoice which you're sending to your partner. This is something some financial data which you are saying to the regulators, to the government, and you don't have any, let's say, option to do mistakes here. So what do you think, how you can help us? And we sit together, we did a few workshops, we discussed all this, let's say, business aspects, how to do it, and we decided to use actually our platform for billing. We put few new technological things in order to maintain all these various, let's say, regulations and special rules, and also special, let's say, presentation rules for each and every regulator. It should be localized. So the main challenge, it was, first of all, few challenges, definitely. And the first challenge that raw data, incoming data, before processed, it come in the several formats. It is set of plain CSV files. It might be Microsoft Excel files. It is sometimes it is very complex Excel files with a few tabs, and each and every tab might contain few tables, different diagrams, and you have to somehow automatically process all this data. Yes, upload it. Yeah, put it, let's say, in your system somewhere to the different storages and in special manner in order to process all this data later correctly. So we use one of our interface, which we call mapping interface, and we just configure it, yes, and with all these configurations, we are able to proceed to process all this data and upload to our database. We use the same platform. It is a billing platform. So we are not created something new, and for us, it was very easy in this case. And in order to, let's say, deal with this first challenge, we used this mapping interface. And the second challenge was how to maintain all the different rules, how to configure them. Yeah, what technology we can use in order to succeed here, because rules are completely different. This is not something like usual taxation like VAT. VAT is more or less the same worldwide, and just different percentage, maybe some couple more, let's say, exceptions. However, gaming tax completely different. Even sometimes in the same country, different territories, they have different rules. And we use, first of all, BPMN modular tools like Camunda, yeah, where we can configure processes, where we can configure all this, let's say, dependencies. And definitely we use our, let's say, also in-house developed engine, we call it scripting engine, to process these special rules, which are configured in mix of UI, let's say, settings for UI, yes, and definitely sometimes it is some scripts written that's also available via configuration. So second challenge accepted and successfully overcome. And the third challenge, how to proceed all these reports, how it should be done, because sometimes as a report to the regulator, it should be just Excel file, yeah, with some graphs, with some special local, let's say, text, with some special local format, even colors and sometimes fonts. Sometimes it is a PDF files. So we also use our formatting server for it, and we completely free actually to produce everything. We adopted a little in order to support all this special, let's say, requirements for look and feel, how it should be presented. And this is it. So these three places, these three aspects were overcome. Everything was done. We use microservice architecture for these services, and it helped us a lot to, let's say, to deploy it separately and or together, depends on, let's say, deployment aspects. Well, this is actually it. And right now you can easily add new territory via configuration or change and maintain rules if you have, or let's say, some changes in the existing territory you have. You should not, let's say, prepare it manually by Excel files, collect all this data, and this is how it is right now.
Yeah. It's good to hear. A lot of new challenges have been overcome during the past year, especially in data processing. Yeah, just one more final question, because we have 5 minutes left from the panel. What is the difference between digitalization and digital transformation, and if there is any?
I think it is. It is a difference. I can say even more. Definitely, it is a difference. As for me, digitalization. This is just, let's say, maybe adopting and just automate some processes, some aspects, some maybe actions. Yeah. So when you did it like that before, right now you put some automation here, you're maybe happy. However, digital transformation, this is definitely something more and different. This is where you are transforming your processes, sometimes in the company, the whole process. Sometimes you're transforming departments, create new departments with help of technologies. This is what is transformation. So for example, with this gaming tax, let's say add-on gaming tax model, which we provided to our partners, they changed the process completely because they did it before manually or semi-manually. It was a lot of approval stages. It was a long process. It took sometimes weeks. And it was, let's say, very hard for them because they have to maintain a whole team which will prepare and check, not just prepare, but also check, because it is manual work and you must not double check or triple check. You have to check it many times. Even C4 involved into this process because this is special documents issued to regulators. You don't have any option to make mistakes. And right now, with everything automated here, they remove this department, this team at all. They not remove, they, let's say, they put these guys and girls to do other things, much more interesting than just sitting and doing this Excels and be involved in all this processes of approval. Our system create everything, send it via emails internally. It is reviewed, click approve button, it is distributed outside. Very simple, very fast. No need to have this team. No need to involve CFO each and every month or quarterly or headache. This is annual reports always when the half of company disappears for a few weeks into this. So yeah, and this is no more, at least for gaming taxation. Yeah. So this is the difference between just automate some small, let's say, piece of process and transform the whole, let's say, process, how it's going in the company.
Got it. Thank you very much. Yeah. You see, people, this is why I had to add this discussion, because this study was really interesting. Go ahead, Daria.
Yeah, if I can add to what Yaroslav said. In general, I think that the implementing like the digital transformation and implementing new technologies, it's a very good like technological, some large technological platform. It's a very good framework which you can set up once. And whatever comes from the outside, like whatever changes come, whatever new rules, new regulations, you can just, I don't know, upload all of this workflow into the framework, and the framework will still not be broken. And it would be, apart from the obvious that, of course, human errors will be lower or eliminated at all. The main thing is that it would be much easier to to comply with and to adhere with the procedures that were set up, for example, from outside, like in case with the regulations. We're very glad that really the question of digital transformation and digitalization in iGaming is booming. And we saw that even like in IGB is coming up in Amsterdam conference, which we're also be very glad to see everybody there after 2 years of of lockdown. And they also take up made a panel dedicated to the question of digitization. So yeah, it's an exciting topic.
Is the result of the survey public?
I can share the link. Of course,
Okay,
I will share in the chat.
Okay.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, we will share it on YouTube for our viewers there. Okay, so thank you guys. Thank you for your time. Next up, we will focus on regulation, the Netherlands, under the moderation of Dr. Simon Planzer. Sorry, Simon, are you here?
Yes, indeed, I'm here, and I'm just Uploading camera view as well.
Nice to hear you and hopefully nice to see you. Very nice to see you now.
Here we go.
Okay, so you can already start. I see Alan is here, Peter Paul is here, so you can already start. I'm just telling the audience that thank you for bearing my unfiltered type of speech. So now you have a more filtered moderator. See you soon.
Well, thank you very much, Sultan. Thanks for the introduction. Well, in regards to filtering, what we will certainly not try is to filter facts about the Dutch market, but really bring forward to everybody in the audience relevant facts and also kind of the rationale behind the facts. So hopefully provide you with very helpful guidance and context as well. So today in our regulatory overview of Europe, we are putting the focus on a very important jurisdiction, the Netherlands. The Netherlands is among those countries that is about to open the online gaming market under new regulations. And of course, it's a very attractive market given the size of it. And we will especially speak in the first part in this panel about the positive aspects that this market has to offer to operators, licensees, and B2Bs. And we have two very competent, learned experts, and I'm very privileged to have them today. We have with us Dr. Alan Littler from Calv Fransen, and we have Peter Paul de Gooy, who is essentially the boss director of the Online Gaming Trade Association. And I would like to give both of you the opportunity to briefly introduce yourself, say who you represent and what's your background, also especially maybe background when it comes to gaming matters. Please, Peter Paul.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Simon, and thank you, Zoltan and audience for joining this morning. I'm completely humbled by being part of a panel with two legal doctors. I'm certainly not a legal doctor, not a doctor at all. My name is Peter Paul de Gooy. I am the Managing Director of the Netherlands Online Gambling Association, the trade association for online gambling companies that want to become active on the Dutch market as soon as the market opens, which is very, very near. October 1st is when the market will open and the first licenses will be issued. Yeah, so that's my background. Alan.
Yes, good morning. So I'm Dr. Alan Littler from Calv Fransen. Yeah, I don't think Simon and I will be Simon and I can only administer gambling law as any medicine, so that's what we'll be doing this morning. Yeah, Calv Fransen, we have a large presence on the Dutch remote gambling scene and also to an extent the land-based sector as well. And we represent many companies in this area. Not only the B2C applicants in the process, with a certain overlap with NOGA, but also the B2B side of things as well. And the regulatory regime also, flags some interesting points for B2B providers. So, although its focus is very much on the B2C, it does have direct implications on the B2B, and so we're busy with that side of things as well. Simon, do you have a nice question to get us going on this a nice sunny morning?
Absolutely, I'm ready to shoot questions at you.
I'm afraid.
So, as we are all aware, there are globally, and including Europe, quite a few sets of regulations by jurisdictions that are far from ideal. Let's put it that way. And it would appear that the outcome of the legislative process in the Netherlands hasn't been all that bad. So it has produced the open licensing system, And I'd be happy to first touch upon this point. And I would much welcome if you could point at a few of these aspects that you consider in comparison to other jurisdictions, especially in Europe, that you would consider as a very positive outcome, actually, and which we can't really take for granted nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Yes, maybe I could just say a couple of words about where the process is, just as a bit of background before we get onto that. So
that's very helpful.
For a long time, and I mean a long time, I think from 2010, 2008, there was even a proposal to regulate the market. So it's been going on in the Netherlands for a long time. The current bill, or act, I should say now, was actually introduced back in 2014. I think it saw the light of day in 2013. So we've had a long time, we've had a long run up, and finally things are taking off. So the act came into force on the 1st of April this year. And from that moment, the first license applications could be submitted for those who satisfy the cooling off criteria. We can touch upon those later. And the first licenses will basically be awarded just ahead of, I believe, the 1st of October, so that licensed operations can commence then. And then all the licensees, or all the license applicants rather, can apply. Well, they can apply now. If they've cooled off, they could apply in June, and they can apply whenever. But for those who have been on the market or have a presence on the market, they basically need to apply before the 1st of April next year. So we've seen an awful lot of preparation being done, and now it's really, proof of the pudding is in the eating, and now we're beginning to eat slowly. The food is coming out very slowly from the kitchen. But what's positive compared to other jurisdictions? I think one of the aspects perhaps is that the types of games, the products which can be offered, they're not defined necessarily in particularly much detail. So it's quite open in terms of the types of games, so long as they fall within the categories. But there are no detailed requirements in terms of return to player or limits on how quickly a game can be played once again on a slot machine and that type of thing. So I think it's pretty positive on that front. And also in the sense of, you don't have to be established in the Netherlands, of course, you have to be established within the EU. It's quite an open regime. And as you said, there are no caps on the number of licensees. So we're not looking at any connection to the land-based sector. We're not looking at any requirement to have a physical presence in the Netherlands or anything like that we've seen in other jurisdictions, Belgium. So in that sense, it's quite an open regime.
Surprisingly open. Peter Paul.
Yeah, if I can add to that, I completely agree with Alan here. Of course, it's been a long time waiting, but if the end result is good, then I think it was worth it. I think the Netherlands is poised to be the market in which the consumer is really been put first by the legislators. So consumer protection is basically left, right, and center in the new system, which is something that I think is showing the way for other European markets. Now, hopefully, in a few years, we can say that the market opening has been a success, but I expect it to be pretty successful. And the fact that consumers really been put first, consumer protection is the core of these new regulations, I think is standing out the most for me.
Okay, that's an interesting point, Peter Paul, because when I look around in Europe and what the various legislators and regulators claim, I'm not aware of a jurisdiction that would have said the consumer is not at the center of our reflections, right? So that's it's a very kind of broad claim. In what regard do you see that actually fulfilled in reality in the Netherlands?
Well, just as an example, looking at other markets where they, of course, also have the consumer at the first spot, you see regulations being passed that are based on fears that some things might happen. Looking at Sweden, for instance, with COVID-19, you saw restrictions being imposed on online gambling operators, monthly caps, etc., where there was no fact, or there were no numbers suggesting that people were spending more money on online gambling because of COVID-19. So these are, let's say, fact-free regulations, as I call them. So regulations based on fear. Whereas in the Netherlands, I think the legislator has done quite a good job. Of course, there's always room for improvement, but most regulations have been drafted in an open way, so more principle-based than rule-based, if you will, and trying to get to the facts, and instead of trying to clamp down on fears, what might happen. They have tried to write regulations on the things that do happen, and that's where they try to prevent them. For instance, on identification and verification of age, I think it's pretty much ironclad what the Netherlands is what the Netherlands is doing here, and I think it will become the standard in the rest of Europe.
It would appear that we can bring your point to the shortest notion by summarizing it. You have to get the F's right. So what you describe is fearful regulation instead of factful regulation, right?
Yes, and I'm very much in favor of the latter, of course. But I think it was Churchill who said we have nothing to fear but fear itself. But fear never is a good voice to listen to, certainly not when you're making regulations. But then
you mentioned actually the examples, if I may, from the example from Sweden,
yes,
where the facts didn't uphold the fears, and I'm aware of statements from Denmark that are very similar from the regulator that this has not happened. What seems to have happened, and I'm telling from a study of the University of St. Gallen that has looked at the weight level, how the weight level has developed in the pandemic, and that is something that is more real, it would appear. So people have indeed gained some weight during that pandemic. I'm afraid maybe myself as well. So yes, fear is not a good guidance indeed. Yes. Please, Peter Paul, I was interrupting you.
No, you're absolutely not, and I certainly recognize the weight issue. Yeah, so going back to why I think the Netherlands is really putting consumer first in basically every regulation. It is the starting point of the drafting of the regulations, and of course, I said it's not perfect. These are people meaning well, writing and drafting a new legislation, and sometimes they intend something else, or they start with the best intentions, and regulation turns out to be not as helpful as you would have wanted. So there's always, there are always points for improvement, but that is where I'm very positive and looking forward to working together with the KSA, the regulator, and with the Ministry of Justice and all the other stakeholders in the field, to maybe improve the points where they need improvement.
Let me pick up the point of the consumer protection and dig a bit deeper. From my observations, the poor consumer has had to serve as a fig leaf in many jurisdictions, as an excuse for some sort of regulation, as a fig leaf for other reasons, maybe a hidden agenda. So the consumer protection is always put forward by the jurisdictions, not last because they know The governments know that this is an argument that flies well with the Court of Justice of the EU and flies well with national courts. But looking again at the Netherlands, let's mention a couple of things where you truly see that a genuine interest in consumer protection. Alan, maybe you can mention a couple of points that where you really see that represented.
Sure. To add to the Fs, let's hope that it also proves to be fair regulation in practice once we get going after October. I mean, we still have to see how the Gambling Authority, the KSA, will look at things in practice. There'll be various reporting requirements. They'll have a clear idea of what's going on the market. So let's hope that, yes, the regulation is very much consumer protection orientated, but let's hope also that whilst it's not based on fear, that fear doesn't creep in and it remains to be reasonably fair. But in terms of those measures, for example, players will have to set as part of the registration process before an operator can complete the registration process before they can play. They will have to complete various, they'll have to fill in basically various caps on their player behavior. So sort of one example would be the maximum amount of deposits on their player account. And if I were to set that at, say, 500 euros, if I were to win a prize of 1,000 and I already had 500 on there, then the 500 above the limit would automatically have to be paid out to my account. So we have quite a few limit setting exercises to do. But what's interesting is the regulations do not set a cap. So it's entirely free to the consumer to say whether it's it's a deposit limit or a limit in the account of 50 euros or 500 euros. So of course you could have a discussion, how much value is there if it's 1 million? But at least it leaves it to the player to sit down, think about it, consider it, and to fill something in that's meaningful. At the same time, the regulations are not necessarily a straitjacket, but they are principle-based, as Peter Paul has mentioned. And they do list or suggest, or list, I should say, sort of minimum mandatory interventions. So there'll be an obligation on the operator to monitor player behavior and in light of certain triggers, take an appropriate intervening measure. But the operator will have a degree of freedom in deciding what particular measure is appropriate. So I don't want to say that the regulations are light. And whilst I think the regulatory regime is from an overall perspective, a fair one, it's not necessarily an easy one. Oh. And it leaves quite a bit of responsibility to the operator to make decisions and to make the right call at the right moment. So it'll be interesting to see how we look at this a few years down the line, once the sector, A, has become experienced and acquainted with the regulations, and the authority too.
Alan, this somehow reminds of the risk-based approach in AML, right? That it's not about just ticking the box, so that the regulator doesn't make that easy to the operator, but that the operator itself has to balance and make the right calls, right?
Yes. No, I think that's a fair observation. And when you mentioned risk-based approach, I had to think of an article you wrote a long time ago. I thought that's where this comment was going. But yes, no, it's not just a simple box ticking exercise. It's one where consideration has to be done and where there has to be due process within the operator, within the operator's operation. So it's, there isn't a straitjacket in terms of mandatory caps. And if this happens, then X must happen, on that certain threshold. It's for the operator to apply the principles. And that can, of course, that will lead to discussion in due course.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan. Peter Paul, points to add?
Yeah, absolutely. There's actually one point that really springs to mind when I'm thinking about, where things have been left for the operator to find out, really, which I immediately realize is a poor translation of what Alan has just been saying. But and that is something that happened in Sweden as well, is that when we look at advertising and the rules of advertising that have been laid out by the Dutch legislator and been explained by the regulator very recently, if you will. The main rule is that advertising has to be moderate. It has to be moderate in terms of the content. So it should not be blaring and shouting and in your face and on the edge or over it. But also, and this is where I think there's reason to be concerned. Also, volume has to be moderate, and this for the total market. Everybody understands that the total volume of advertising should not go beyond the point of irritation, as I always call it. But how do you uphold this on a licensee basis? You cannot hold a licensee responsible for the total advertising volume on the market. And especially when a market opens, it is not very likely that the existing operators, so the land-based operators that will also be moving online, will tone it down when they are, advertising. And there are also new entrants coming onto the market. So this is going to add up. And this adding up leads to a potential avalanche of gambling advertising. And I'm saying gambling advertising because we also have to look at the gambling advertising for offline gambling, which is already rampant. And then we add the online gambling advertising to it, and it may well lead to the avalanche, and it may well lead to politicians stepping in and say, right, that's it, we're going to ban advertising, which really would be very detrimental to market opening, because advertising plays a very important role in channeling consumers away from the illegal offer to the licensed offer. And if advertising would be banned or would be severely restricted, then we're really jeopardizing the success of the market opening by jeopardizing the channelization rate.
Peter Paul, this is a very important aspect, and I'll be happy to touch again on advertising, which we should do later again in this panel. I first want to pick up a couple of questions from the audience. There's one from Malcolm Bruce. You should see it, I believe, in your chat screen, screen as well. It regards uncertainty in relation to the frontline staff as to their obligations, what they're supposed to do, and that the current KSA guidance seems a bit obscure and somehow esoteric in that regard. Should we start maybe with Alan and then have Peter Paul's view as well?
Yeah, sure. No, I can certainly see where Malcolm is coming from on this. And I think his observation applies to many pieces of guidance from the Gambling Authority. There are many points which are open for interpretation. But at the same time, I think it's part of the overall regulatory game, if you will. If the regulations are extremely specific and detailed and prescriptive, then there would be many complaints that it's not possible to do anything. At the same time, if they leave open, scope for guidance and interpretation, then there will inherently be a degree of uncertainty and room for, the market and the Gambling Authority in some way or another, however it takes place, to have a conversation about what the correct interpretation is. So hopefully the guidance or the practice from the Gambling Authority will become somewhat clearer and fair, remaining fair, in the months and years ahead. But yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with his comments.
Yeah, I agree too, and I really like the word esoteric as a description. But in fairness, the KSA, I think, is doing what it can under the circumstances of market opening, which is impending, and although it takes a little bit of time, in general, they do respond to questions on how things should be understood. And if you, for instance, raise a question about the Q&A that they've put out there on their website because things are unclear, they are well willing to further explicate what is meant with certain regulations or Q&As. For foreign operators, it is not really helpful. I can understand that everything is in Dutch, but there are good law firms and trade associations that can help you with the translation, and even can help you get an explanation from the KSA. Very recently we had an issue of what should be understood with the language requirement that everything has to be done in Dutch, and there was uncertainty whether this also was including the presenters, if you will, of live casinos. And after asking a question to the KSA, they further explained this in their Q&A, and it now is quite clear that presenters do not necessarily have to present in Dutch, as long as all the rules are in Dutch, a mouse click away, or where a player can read about it in understandable language.
Peter Paul,
Yeah, I think.
Sorry if I just may touch on something. No, go ahead. I will ask Peter Paul afterwards. Alan, go ahead.
No, just as an example of where the KSA is well willing, under the circumstances, to explain things that are unclear.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that was the live casino dealer example is a good example of where we've been able to, both of us,
Yes.
to get clarification from the gambling authority on something that was causing quite a bit of nervousness within the market, and we've been able to get some certainty and clarity on it. Can't say that happens on every single point, but it happens on many points, and hopefully the flow and exchange of information with the authority will improve as more and more operators become licensed and the market settles in.
Very good. I just want to briefly touch on a remark that Peter Paul said. You mentioned, Peter Paul, that given the circumstances, the KSA is doing what they can. This seems to allude to other stakeholders, context. Could you briefly elaborate on that? Why it may be, for instance, not that easy for the Kansspelautoriteit to just do what they want, right?
I like your pronunciation of the Kansspelautoriteit. Of course, they are in the focal point or the center point of attention. Everyone is looking at them, including politicians. And as far as politicians are concerned, they can never do it right. No. Also, the incumbents are looking very closely who they will give the license to. Of course, the license they think should go to them first. But they are, for instance, reporting. So the incumbents are reporting on transgressions by international operators to the Kansspelautoriteit, and are urging the Kansspelautoriteit to police and to draw this into the deliberations about whether or not this licensee application or this license application should be rewarded or not. So I'm not going to say, they don't need me to defend them, but they are, in a tough spot. And I think that they, so far from what I've seen, they're doing a pretty good job. They are probably well, how do you say that, equipped to to push back on certain pushes. So
Okay.
And let's not forget, some of the regulations, all but the tax reforms, have entered into force on the 1st of April this year.
Yes.
And we have also seen, Peter Paul, have we not, that the Gambling Authority has taken action against the state incumbents in terms of their existing land-based activities under those new rules. For example,
yes, it's a very good point. Completely agree there. maybe just a few words on those points that they came out against. So in this case, it was the state-owned operator Nederlandse Loterij, who have a number of brands, but this was considering the Toto sports betting brand, where they were illicitly or illegally using, let's say, sports individuals that have a wide audience under what is considered in Dutch legislation vulnerable groups, and this was the under 25s. Let's put it that way. So they were told to immediately cease and desist their advertising campaign. And in another case, NLO with another brand that they have, which is the Lotto, they were illegally advertising on websites that were frequently visited by minors, so girls in the age range of 12 to 16, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And they were fined with a fine of 10,000 euros because they had already been put under a what's it called, a los onder dwangsom.
Yeah, I think they'd already received the cease and desist order, and then the gambling authority checked. So
it's not later. So, but it's not the first time that they were they were warned about this. This was dating back to 2017, where they were advertising on donaldduck.nl. I mean, even the state-owned company is really, is really pushing the envelope, so to speak. And this is also a reason why I'm so worried about the advertising market, and that there still is no system in place in which we can control the total size or the total volume of advertising.
Okay, thank you very much. Just very briefly on a follow-up question, and then I want to put a couple of other questions briefly aside and revisit them. Yes. How do you think the fundamental duty of care principle may play out in future rulings by the CASA? Alan, you want to have a look at the bowl?
Or the crystal ball? Yeah. I mean, future rulings, I think what the gambling authority is going to have to do, I mean, it's going to have to sort of set out what the law of the land is. It's going to have to set out what its interpretations are of the various provisions, those provisions being provisions which give effect to the duty of care. I don't think it's going to come out with any vague, overarching statements in the sense of making such statements in sanction decisions against operators. But I think what it will do in the course of time is pick out various provisions of the regulations which give effect to that fundamental duty, the duty of care, and then either go straight for the gullet and issue a cease and desist order. You must do or must not do X within X number of days, otherwise you get a penalty of. Or what they can also do, which is new as of the 1st of April, is to issue binding instructions. So these don't have a penalty attached to them, but it'd be basically saying, Simon, this is the norm. It's interpreted as this. You should be doing this. And if you don't, then we'll come back and have a look, and maybe you'll get a sanction later. So I think there's going to be quite a bit of norm-setting around this principle.
It already sounds far more sound than what we observe in other places.
I agree, and one of the complicating factors here is that it's still pretty vague. What is the duty of care? Because it's a constellation of different rules and regulations that you have to basically cobble together from the law, from the decree, from the regulations, and from the policy, and that's your system of duty of care. So it would be a nice subject to do a doctoral thesis, I suppose. But one of the things that we're trying to do as NOGA, as a trade association, is to measure how consumers feel that operators are abiding by their duty of care, how they are taking their duty of care seriously. So that's why we introduced the NOGA Online Gambling Barometer, which is an annual measurement, if you will, to which the gambling operators will be measured against how they are doing. And duty of care is one of the subjects that we are researching and measuring. So hopefully this will lead to a multi-annual study with results that we can also present to the KSA and present to the Ministry of Justice to show how the industry is doing.
Very good. Thank you very much. I just want to briefly touch on the rationale and maybe the reasons why the Netherlands have gotten things more right than other countries when it comes to when it comes to regulation. Now you've outlined, Alan and you, Peter Paul, have outlined quite a few very sound points that illustrate that the Dutch regulation actually seems a regulation indeed that can provide for a win-win-win situation, meaning it's good for the consumer, it's good for the state and the tax coffers in particular, and it's good for the operators and B2Bs. And I think in that context, Peter Paul, you wanted to introduce us to a Dutch notion called polder.
Yeah. I'm not suggesting here that I'm either a big fan or very anti, but it's a Dutch way of dealing with things, you know, getting around societal problems, and it dates back to the times where the Netherlands was flooded by the North Sea and by rivers going out of the banks regularly, and they had to build dams and polders. And polders are basically parts that used to be inundated by a lake or by the sea, which were then reclaimed in order to protect the land which lies next to it, or to, you know, grow corn and have cows eating grass. And the only way you can make sure that this polder remains and is not flooded again by the sea is to maintain the dikes and to maintain the dams that you build to keep the water out. And the only way to do that is to come together and agree on a common purpose and a common goal. And that's what we call the polder model in the Netherlands. Basically, you get together with your friends, but also probably much more important, with your neighbors and even your adversaries, or your well, enemies is probably a too big word, but in the end you share a common goal. And I think that it's a Dutch treat, if you will, that people in the end will step over their own shadow and come together for the common good. And this is also very much hope speaking here, because at the eve of market opening, there's still a lot of divisiveness amongst operators. So the existing operators have to get used to the fact that there will be new entrants coming onto the market, which is understandable, but hopefully they will accept the extended hand of the new entrants, and together we can work our way to making this Dutch market opening a huge success, which in the end is going to benefit consumers, because they finally have something to pick and finally have a safe online gambling offer. That's the polder model.
Okay, so getting together and trying to work towards a common goal and purpose, right? Alan, do you see other reasons for which things have worked out not that bad at all?
Yeah, I think, go back to what I said before, the amount of time this has taken to get the regulations in place and on the statute books and into operation. I mean, it has been a long, drawn-out process. It has been a frustrating process at times, and frustrating, I assume, for the incumbents as well as for those who want to enter the market. But that has given the opportunity, let's say, for things to be added as we've gone along. Maybe not to everybody's liking, but at least you know, it's not been here's the legislation, push it through, and then make the best of a dog's dinner. It's been, you know, there's been opportunity to refine. There's been opportunity to, you know, there have been consultations on the regulations. Things have been, you know, there's been a draft regulation or decree, I should say. You know, I'm thinking of one example here just to demonstrate how, yes, it's a lengthy process, but perhaps there's a silver lining to it. The regulations basically specify that the entire gaming system has to be within the EU. The regulations also allow the gambling authority to grant an exception, or an exemption rather, on a case-by-case basis to applicants who are outside the EU, who have their systems outside the EU. The gambling authority then said, in its policy rule on remote gambling, we're not going to do that. There are enough operators within the EU, so skip that. We're just not going to do it. But then a number of operators and suppliers in the supply chain said, but we've got systems outside the EU. And so I think it was the ministry then amended wording, the explanatory text in the decree to sort of create a bit of room for maneuver for the gambling authority. Then the gambling authority has come out with a statement on its website, one of the questions and answers somewhere, basically saying, well, yeah, we're not going to make a fuss about the fact that a bit of a game system is outside the EU at the time when an application is submitted.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the benefits. I'm not sure whether to do with the Polden model or not, but it was one of the benefits of it taking a long time is that we've had the opportunity to iron some creases out. And there are more creases waiting in the wings, and hopefully they will also be ironed out.
Very good. Maybe on also on a couple of remarks on a key person in the process, René Janssen, who is the chief executive of the KSA, for, should it be now 2 years? Is that correct? About approximately. So, yeah. And well in my view, he brings an interesting and relevant background to the table. He was instrumental in the Dutch competition authority and also on the health authority. So that's I think a very relevant background, and obviously the second one I mentioned on the health authority can be useful in relation to questions of consumer protection and gambling addiction. And the former one, personally, I find very relevant because it gives you an economic perspective on the market, on this market as well. So the idea of competition law very much involves also the idea of fairness and playing on an equal level playing field. Yeah. And you know, hopefully that will actually then also profit to the future development of the market. I don't know, maybe a couple of remarks from your side, Peter Paul, about that background.
Well, this is a bit of a hobby horse of mine. I used to work in the telecommunications industry, and telecommunications industry is a very regulated industry, not because without regulation you wouldn't have connections between the different telephone networks, which is very true, but because in the telecommunications industry they realize that if you're opening a market, you have to restrict the power that the formerly state-owned telecommunications company has. You have to bind them in, basically, so that they cannot abuse the market power they have. And to my complete surprise, when I joined the gambling industry, I saw that this notion is completely absent. There is this notion does not exist in the gambling industry. So somehow gambling operators formerly owned by the government, or even still owned by the government, can wield their market power unrestrictedly, and as a result, there is no level playing field. And this goes for pretty much all European markets. So this is what I always call something that we need to fix as an industry, because you cannot expect a market to function properly and to be open and completely transparent with a level playing field for all players if you do not deal with the monopoly. You have to get rid of gambling monopolies. There is no place for monopolies in the gambling market, and the most important reason for this is that the reason that this monopoly was introduced was because of consumer protection. You can no longer successfully argue, in my book, that when you open the market for online gambling, that you need a monopoly to protect players in the lottery market, for instance, or in the land-based casino market. That, you know, is fundamentally flawed reasoning in my view. But this is such a big issue. You know,
if I understand you correct, Peter Paul, you're pretty happy about the background of Ronnie Onsen then in competition law.
Absolutely, yes. I want to see more of that. Of course, not forgetting that, you know, gambling is not an ordinary business. I always say we're not selling sandwiches or you know, like a bunch of salad. It is a product that has you know, some rough fringes that we have to look after. We have to ensure that the 4 to 2% of the worldwide population that is sensitive to addictions do not get addicted to gambling, and we have to ensure that, you know, problem gambling is made a thing of the past. That being said, we should not neglect the importance of a level playing field, because in the end, a level playing field, competition, leads to innovation and leads to choice, which is beneficial to the consumer. And that's why we should be very, very protective of a level playing field.
Yes, the consumer choice is another fundamental principle in competition law. And
yes.
For that reason also, competition law tries to avoid dominant market positions,
for me,
right?
For me, it's the only reason why we should be avoiding monopolies and why we should be fostering a level playing field, because it benefits the consumer. That's the only reason why we should do it.
Wonderful. I want to come back to the important aspect of marketing, but before doing so, I do realize that somebody from the audience asked an important question, which we can very briefly, I think, deal with. Alan, can you enlighten us briefly on the exact date the licenses will be granted?
I wish I could. But unfortunately, there we don't know. So basically, what has happened, as a bit of background, is the Gambling Authority said for those who submit their applications between the 1st and the 14th of April, and everything goes smoothly, of course, they will have a best effort obligation on themselves to award those licenses so that those operators can go live on the 1st of October. To date, none of those licenses have seen the light of day, and unfortunately, we don't have any guidance as to when they will be. So will they be next week, or will they be at the 28th, 29th of September? Unfortunately, it's impossible to say.
The only thing I can add to what Alan said is based on rumors. And I heard some rumors that the KSA supposedly said to a journalist that they would tell the applicants that are successful in getting a license on the 29th of September. I don't know how they will do this. It was even rumored that that they would do this on stage at the Gaming in Holland conference. I would be very interested to see how that goes. It's almost like finding out whether you passed your exam and you can pick up your diploma. But I think what will happen is that the successful applicants will get a call from the KSA that they will receive a license shortly that comes into force on the 1st of October. That's based on the rumors, what I think will happen.
Very good. Gentlemen, as we have about 10 minutes remaining, I'd like to come back to the aspect of advertising. And Peter Paul has already mentioned a couple of things that he might see as delicate points. Alan, would you like to add to this?
On the advertising aspect, yeah, I mean, I think, as Peter Paul has correctly said, if there's an avalanche of advertising from many small snowballs, then there will be a backlash. And I think it should also be remembered that, during the lifetime of the bill and everything winding its way through Parliament, there was quite a bit of pushback. Okay, quite a bit of that pushback undoubtedly was on behalf of the land-based incumbents to make life difficult for the new entrants. But at the same time, everybody, many will be seeing the industry as being all in the same boat. So, yeah, I think there will be quite a few skeptical eyes watching what the industry, the sector as a whole, incumbents and new market entrants do in terms of advertising. So, there shouldn't be an avalanche, because there could also be then an avalanche in terms of parliamentary questions and pushback. And also questions on the authority, why are you not doing more? And we've seen that in the past as well in terms of enforcement. So, yeah.
So
Peter Paul?
Basically, we're not going to sit and wait for things to happen. We have an active role here to play. We have to take our responsibility, and that's something that NOGA will do over the coming days, actually. If the current operators, the operators that are currently licensed on the land-based market, are not able to come to an agreement with the media and the broadcasters, which I think we should do, I'm going to try and convince them to come to the table over the coming weeks to agree on the system of advertising volume control. Because I think we cannot afford as an industry to let this happen. It's like a train wreck in slow motion. You can see it coming. And I think it's, unacceptable to just let this happen. So we will definitely be very vocal about this. And I'm hoping on, common sense and good faith on all the interested parties that they will come to the table, so that we can avoid this from happening, actually.
Well, since you do mention NOGA, Peter Paul, maybe you could briefly elaborate on just very briefly, what NOGA does and who can be a member, and potentially what the benefits can be of being a member. And I should emphasize that when the audience will type NOGA in their browser, they should add a hyphen between no and ga. Otherwise, you will actually come to something that is called the allerlekkerste NOGA.
Yeah, you can buy some really nice NOGA there. I'm not advertising, of course, but please check out www.no-ga.nl. So NOGA is the online gambling trade association in the Netherlands. We currently have 10 members. Some of the members are larger groups of companies like Entain, Flutter, Kindred, Betson, etc. We are basically of course, we represent the interests of the members, but we are an information center as well to the members, to the affiliate members. Some of the members are actually B2B companies, which we very much applaud. B2B companies should also be informed and should be ahead of the curve. So one of the ways you can be ahead of the curve is joining NOGA, because you will have first-hand information. We have relationships with all the government stakeholders, so Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Finance, the tax authorities, the KSA, etc. And we regularly converse with the land-based companies as well. We also are going to ramp up on the information role that we see for ourselves to informing the public about gambling. So the first thing we did was the Noga Online Barometer, which gives a very, very brutally honest view of how the industry is doing. So we asked the company Ipsos to do the annual research. The next edition will be March next year, and we really want to help consumers with questions or that need referral to help with problem gambling, etc. So we're basically going to step up this this aspect. So it's the knowledge center. It's the go-to partner for the Netherlands gambling market, basically.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peter Paul. And then, Alan, I understand that Golfcoach Fransen has put up a very useful portal in relation to compliance duties, and that would also be in English. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's an awful lot of knowledge out there, and what we've done is put it in one specific center in a sort of data room format. So all the regulations and everything, all the information from the Gambling Authority is in Dutch, of course, and it's all scattered through different levels of regulation, questions and answers, and so forth. So what we've done and spent an awful long time in the past, I would say, well, more than 12 months now, is to build a data room in which all the regulations are to be found, all the pieces of guidance are to be found from the tax administration, from the Gambling Authority. And we've also divided it into thematic sections, if you like, both for in terms of getting your application ready and also compliance with the regulations once you've been awarded your license. So,
and translated in English.
And everything's in English, and
yes,
most things in Dutch as well for the few who want it. So basically, if you are busy with, I don't know, the advertising, responsible gambling policies, then all the information from all the different sources will be found in one document. And then you can just refer to it in one place instead of swimming around and potentially getting lost.
It would appear like a dreamland for any compliance or regulatory officer.
Yeah, I think it might still feel like a nightmare if they start reading all the things, but it's all in one place, and all the forms have been translated and so forth. Of course, they have to be submitted in Dutch, but at least so you know what you're doing, where you have to go. Yeah, that's all in there. So it's a very useful resource both for the companies who are preparing applications, but also for the B2B providers, because although there is no licensing regime for B2B providers, and it's all running through, if you like, the B2C applicants, the B2C operators, there are many requirements for the B2B side, and so they also need to have a good understanding. So we also have quite a few B2Bs in there as well, so they can keep fully abreast of the changes and updates. So
wonderful.
There's room for more.
Wonderful, thank you. So this seems to be a very useful centralized tool based on which hopefully companies can make very sound decisions in regard to how they behave in the market currently, pre-licensing, which is very important, right? In view of meeting good actor criterion, and then also, of course, within the regulated market. So I just want to briefly check whether we have any more questions from the audience. The ones we have gotten, we have covered successfully. It doesn't seem to be the case. So it remains to me to thank Alan and Peter Paul for a really informative session. And I hope that Zoltan will agree that it wasn't actually filtered at all. And I think with that, we move on to España y Portugal.
Thank you, Simon, Peter, Paul, Alan. Yeah, it wasn't that filtered. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you too.
So we move on to the next panel discussion. As Simon introduced it, it's about Spain and Portugal, the Iberian Peninsula, which has You never can guess. It has an Italian moderator. So, hi, Christian. It's nice to see you.
Good morning, Zoltan. How are you?
Good, good. Haven't seen you since Milan.
Exactly. You know, that was last century, probably.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll leave you to kick off this interesting panel discussion.
Perfect. Thank you, Zoltan, and thank you very much for organizing this event. I think you know, we all need to start to interact you know, on the different element in relation to this market. So today the objective is to discuss about the Iberian market, so clearly Spain and Portugal. So I introduce myself. So I'm Christian Tirabassi. I'm founder of Ficom Leisure. We are mainly an M&A boutique, basically on a sell side and buy side in all segments of the betting and gaming industry in a number of jurisdictions. We have, you know, been present in the Spanish and Portuguese market for a very long time. We do not just deal with the digital part, but also with the land-based portion. So we have done a number of deals in Spain, and this is a market that we follow extremely close together with Portugal. Together with me today, I have the pleasure to have Arcangelo Noce, Head of Business Development Europe at Habanero System. Hi, Arcangelo.
Good morning, Christian. Good morning, Zoltan. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you. Then I have Alba Monroy, Senior Business Development Manager at Relax Gaming. Ciao, Alba.
Hi, how are you?
Very
looking
well.
forward to talk to all of you guys.
Welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
Anne-Marie Frustreger, Secretary General of the association, the Portuguese Association de Apostas e Juego Online. Hi, Anne-Marie.
Good morning to all. Thank you, Christian, for having me.
Pleasure to have you today on this panel. And Mario Benito, Chief Commercial Officer of Recreativo Franco Digital.
Good morning, all. Nice to join with all of you in this.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mario. Thank you for joining us today. So the first thing I would like to do is a kind of an intro, or if you agree. So what we clearly know your organization, and you've been active on several markets, and as well now we understand on the Spanish and Portuguese markets. What I would like to suggest is kind of, if you can, you know, explain to the audience a little bit the position of your company, you know, quick presentation as well as the position of the company in relation to the Spanish and Portuguese market. And then what we'll do is that we're going to another round where I will ask you about, you know, what you have seen in the last 24 or 18 months in relation to this market. And then we'll do another round to a little bit discuss about the future. So if you agree, Arcangelo, I would like to start with you. So give us a little bit, you know, a view of your company in relation to this Iberian Peninsula market.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christian. Yes, we are an RNG game supplier, and exclusively that. We see ourselves as a global supplier, so we do target regulated markets whenever we find them interesting. And in fact, at the moment, we are live in 18 of them. Spain and Portugal and the Iberian Peninsula was of interest to us pretty much from the beginning. We did consider both markets to be of extreme interest and markets with enormous potential. We were aware of the fact that both of them, like all regulated markets, effectively carry challenges, and we're also very confident of the fact that with time those challenges would have been resolved. However, things have been moving much faster than we anticipated, and effectively we are now live with a number of operators in both markets, although we're still at the beginning stage. We went live in Spain as recently as this year, and we went live in Portugal last year for the first time. We were in a position where effectively we have a vantage point that's relatively limited because we are live with a relatively limited number of players in both markets. However, we are very aggressively targeting both. And that happened before the enormous growth that we've seen following the pandemic, probably, and as a consequence of the pandemic in the online sector in the past year and to date. So we are a supplier that, like I said, our position is effectively that of a global supplier that looks at these two markets with extreme interest, and are looking forward to effectively be part of the growth of both markets.
Thank you, Arcangelo, for the intro. Alba, please, give us a snapshot of Relax and your approach to the Iberian markets.
Yes, so I joined Relax 8 months ago, but I've been working previously for microgaming for 3 years, where I actually grew the market exponentially. So obviously we are looking forward to do this with Relax Gaming. We are in last stage of certification. So hopefully next month we will be able to have our game certified. Obviously with my network there, I'm helping Relax to grow the market. We are already in touch with a lot of people there, a lot of B2Cs. As you might know, we are aggregators, so we are hoping to bring more partners with us in the future. So at the beginning, we will be entering with our games, and after all, we will try and bring as many partners as we can, obviously with our experience and knowledge of the market, in order for them to know, to have someone that already knows about the market, because some of them obviously don't know the language, the Spanish market. That's obviously a strength. As you could guess, I'm Spanish, so this helps. And yeah, looking forward to it. I've been seeing the potential already for the last 3 years. Spain is a very mature market, already 10 years regulated. A lot of changes coming up, but I think a lot of markets actually are looking into Spain, especially Latin American, like you probably know, they have very similar regulations. So for us, it's like a great opportunity to obviously jump, oversee and start also growing in Latin America.
Thank you, Alba. Thank you very much. Mario, Recreativo Franco, clearly Spain is your home market, always been on the land-based and now on the digital. So to you.
Okay. My name is Mario Benito. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of Air Franco Digital. Air Franco is a 50 years old company. The products that Franco sold are our own platform. We have the wallet. Apart, we have games for online and for land-based. Land-based was and is now one of the biggest vertical for us, because we have approximately the 50% of the market share in Spain in bars and cafeterias of our machines. Apart of it, we provide Power Vault. That is something required. It's like something required by the Spanish Colombian jurisdiction. And now we are in more than 20 markets. Regarding online, apart of this, we have our own operation called Wanabet. And Franco is totally separated on the B2B division, but that's something interesting because we use the brand for testing and for knowing what is happening in the market. Actually, we have our own license for the B2B in Malta. We have in Spain, in Portugal, and Colombia. And I think it's a brief introduction, but I think it's okay for you.
Absolutely, thank you, Mario. Anne-Marie, you represent the association of the operator in Portugal. So give us some background of the association and the motivation that basically pushed the operator to create this association and have your help in representing their interest, I assume.
Yes, very happily. And I was just attending also the meeting of Holland, and the local association there pretty much said what I intended to say for Portugal. The association was founded back in spring 2018, roughly 15 months after the opening and after the first licenses were granted. Meanwhile, we have 10 members, a very nice mix of local companies and international ones. We've got big names like 888, just recently a lot in the news, then Betway, BetClick, Betano, and recently also Entain via the takeover of BetBT. And then we've got the subsidiaries of the Portuguese offline casinos. We've got some very local companies like Nossa Aposta and Mush. And right from the start, we saw our main objective in helping shape the future of the legal framework in Portugal. We've got from the beginning a relatively tight regime, which has, of course, the issues that come along with higher tax. But at the same time, the situation since the opening 5 years ago remained relatively calm when it comes to adaptations and adjustments. We've seen a series of draft bills and draft initiatives, but in the end, what we only saw was a change of the tax in spring last year, where sports betting tax decreased and casino and poker increased slightly. We've seen a code of conduct for advertising also in spring last year, which more or less led to a kind of soft ruling, in the sense the operators were motivated to stop TV and radio advertising during the day. And of course, the members of APASHO, in the interest of the industry, immediately committed to comply with this rule. This certainly also impeded stricter rules and possibly a change of the code of advertising. And as you might all know, the revision of the entire law is currently ongoing, and we are confident to see draft amendments by next year.
Perfect, thank you, Anne-Marie. We'll have some more questions in the coming rounds because I think it's always interesting when the industry coordinate themselves through a trade body that can represent their interests. So going back a little bit now on the Spanish market. So what we've seen from our point of view is that clearly we've seen a growth in the last year. I think last year was about 7-8%. We're probably going to see a growth of another, 8% for 2021. Now the situation is stable. So last year was about 850 million of GGR for the Spanish digital betting and gaming market. So roughly we're going to be in the 900 million this year. So that's a growth, it's a healthy growth. And on the other side, we see some dynamic of advertising limitation, and which in our experience, and we see Italy and some other country where some measure already been implemented, that will clearly push through a concentration. So it's difficult for small brands, for small operator to get known, and also there is a batch of new license company in Spain that entered, I think, last year, or got a license last year. So it's difficult when you have a lot of advertising limitation. So this is the dynamic we see in the market. So I would like to see your point of view. I will start again with Arcangelo. So from the Habanero point of view, what you've been experiencing in the last, let's say, 18, 24 months, taking into account clearly the pro and cons of the lockdown related to the pandemic, you know, in order to do an analysis of what you have seen and what kind of dynamic you've seen, and the base for the opportunity for the future.
Well, our vantage point is really clearly limited. Like I said, we are newcomers in both markets. So when it comes to Portugal, we can say that we've been with the client for quite a few months. So we've seen an increase of all the KPIs over the year from the end of 2020 and carried over into 2021. But like I said, it's a very limited vantage point. As far as Spain is concerned, we went live as recently as March, if I'm not mistaken, with our first client, and we have recently launched with another one. So I am really not the right person to give you an idea of what we have seen through the pandemic, because our vantage point is extremely limited. I might be the right person, or one of the right persons, to give you an idea of what we expect going forward in the future. I cannot hear you, Christian, sorry.
Before that, can I ask you, Arcangelo, what was the motivation of you and your company to decide to invest in Portugal and Spain?
It was a bit of a no-brainer, really. The idea was that we were going to target all of the regulated markets that we could target in Europe, and Portugal and Spain, both of them carry some important similarities to other markets that we've targeted at the beginning of our operations, with markets that rely, especially Spain, quite heavily on a strong tradition of retail and land-based, and we assumed that both markets would be going through a natural shift towards the online space. This also goes together with the fact that with new demographics coming into space, we also expect the new demographics, having been born with a mobile phone in their hands, to be inevitably naturally shifting up to an extent towards the online space. And in general, online markets pretty much everywhere have been maturing really quickly, and we really could not see any reason to believe that Spain and Portugal weren't going to do the same. In regards to go farther down into the specifics, both markets carry a lot of attractive elements towards Latin America, just by as well as being markets that obviously are very attractive on their own and by themselves. So this is one of the reasons that definitely moved us to aggressively target both markets. There's also something to say in regards to regulation. I mean, regulations, of course, when we analyze a market and we decide to enter a market, we obviously analyze the regulation as well, and we have an idea of what the return of investment would be over a certain amount of time. Both markets offer regulations that so far have been workable from our perspective. So from a supplier perspective, we have seen that both markets, Spain, for example, would give us the freedom to either apply for a license or operate through certifications. And although, and when it comes to taxation as well, we've seen both markets to be fairly attractive to an RNG supplier. With Spain decreasing taxes, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was a couple of years ago, I don't remember, but decreasing taxes that originally were 25% of gross gaming revenue down to 20%. Portugal's gone the other way, but it's effectively recently consolidated the original tax model, which was a little bit more confusing. when it comes to online casino, of course, I'm referring to, and that gave us the opportunity to enter the markets and made us believe that we could bring the whole of our portfolio into both markets without limitations. Effectively, like I said, we produce RNG games, and therefore we enjoy basically no limitations of what we do in Portugal and Spain compared to other markets where regulations are a little bit more, I wouldn't say strict, a little bit more confusing and less consistent with what the nature of the games that we make would be. So these are the reasons that brought us into Portugal and Spain. It goes without saying that they're both countries and markets that promise to grow enormously. From a cultural perspective, of course, we do feel close to both. We call Habanero. There is an element of Latin culture in our starting from our name, and
Sure.
And of course the fact that I am a Mediterranean myself and in charge of the European expansion helps me understand what the potentials of the markets are.
Perfect. No, thank you for that, Arcangelo. Very, very useful. Alba, same question for you. You know, what was the dynamic for Relax to decide to go to the Iberian Peninsula and engage you? What is the opportunity they have seen together with you in relation to these markets?
So obviously, as you mentioned before, the industry, the online casino especially, has been growth for the last 5 years, especially. So when we see in terms of the whole gaming industry, before sportsbooks used to be like quite massive compared with online casino, but this trend is now changing, and actually we could see that especially last year with the COVID, when we didn't have any sports events, online casino growth like 5% with 1.5 million unique players. It's like a huge market for us, especially with the slots, which is our biggest product, obviously. So we are looking into regulated markets, and Spain is like perfect for us, as I mentioned before, for Latin America as well. So it was a bit of seeing where the sports books were going, where the online casinos are going now that with the pandemic, and we don't know how long this is going to take when casinos, land-based casinos, will be open again. So obviously the online gaming, it's, as you mentioned, keep growing, and we are looking forward to it, because I don't think the trend is going to change.
Thank you, Alba. Mario, you know, from your point of view, you know, what is the evolution you have seen in these markets, and you know, what has been your approach to the growth in relation to, I guess, mainly the casino segment?
Well, in my opinion, we have to separate different moments, you know, in this life. Before pandemia, and now what is going to happen. Before pandemia, we saw that all the figures regarding online and land-based was going up. And in the past, all the people thought that online gaming was to pain to the land-based, but definitely happened the opposite situation. It helped to grow both the figures of both markets. Then Spain, you know, is a very our main market is the tourist. We have a lot of bars and cafeterias. Then it's supposed that people love go to bars. That's the same for the gamers, the people who play. And you know that here in Spain, there is no separated the casino and the sportsbook. Usually, you can do the same similar promotions for both them, trying to focus into the casino and betting all together. That was the first time, and all the people very interested in entering into Spain, big operators. There are 50 licenses, but the most useful is that 15 or 20 are the ones that are doing well here in Spain. And in Spain, the government create an environment not for applying for free. Then you need to have different windows, and it was restricted. What is happening now? That there is a lot of interest in that moment, and now, not in the pandemic situation, a lot of other companies want to buy a license here in Spain, a license to operate. Okay, that's now the situation is happening. Then in pandemic situation, what happened? That it helped to the online gaming to grow a bit more, because suddenly all the bars, cafeterias was closed, the hotels, the situation. Spain is depend a lot on the tourists, and it increased the online operation in the pandemic. And now the situation is a bit different, because we have the restrictions on the advertisement and publicity is paying to all the operators. And in March, you could take imagine 10,000 users of acquisition, and now it's on the middle, because on the 1st of September started the new law on advertisement, and the Spanish operators couldn't appear on the shirts on the stadiums and football, the football or all the sports. Okay, then it's not permitted. It's supposed that it's going to happen a concentration on the market, because the small brands, the small operators are not going to be couldn't operate in that situation, because you have a lot of restrictions for the acquisition, not for the fidelity, for the retention. But the main problem are the acquisition, because that's something that the big ones, the big fishes, know very well how to do it. Then that's the situation. If the restriction on advertisement, that is going to happen, and it's going to increase, because next year more restrictions will come. There will be restriction and limitation, understanding that the taxes are going to be in the same scale. That will be good, because we have two markets called two cities called Ceuta and Melilla, that we suppose that the government will keep them like important hubs for the gaming in Europe. But I don't see. I'm happy. We have to be happy with the situation in Spain, but it will change a bit more, like other markets, because now it's a mature market, and suppose I think, and I have information that there are big operators that are trying to acquire small ones. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll discuss about more in the future, because it's really interesting what you think it's going to happen. What we see as well, as we were discussing, is that clearly these changes are create some concentration. So on our side we see some M&A. So when the small one being acquired by the big one. And actually similar thing we see in Portugal. So Anne-Marie, give us, going back to the Portuguese market, maybe it would be interesting to have from you kind of an overview of the market that would help us, to better have a grip on the Portuguese dynamic.
Well, Christian, as I mentioned, the Portuguese framework is a relatively tight one when we look at the taxes, but for the rest, it's relatively liberal. So when the Portuguese regulator drafted the law, they had the advantage to have already a series of role models, whether it was Spain, France, Denmark, and they made a kind of cherry picking. So when it comes to the secondary legislation, the implementing rules, advertising, responsible gambling, the market is relatively smooth, and apart from a little bit higher tax, it's a pretty regulated standard. There are no major topics, as was said already today. All products are allowed, fixed sports betting, casino, poker, bingo, horse race betting. So a relatively broad product lineup combined with implementing rules which are very stable. So the investment after having got a license remains relatively low. When it comes to the development of the figures, from the start till the end of 2019, we saw a very organic, constant growth of the figures. And then, like in many other countries, or nearly in all countries, there was this heavy decline in Q2 2020, particularly for sports betting, because most sports events were postponed. And then a little bit also as a surprise for us, there was a very strong increase. And we believe, since it's still a relatively young online gambling market, different elements played a role. Of course, as was said, for Spain and for Italy and many other countries, there was this certain shift from offline to online because of the closures. And we had still, for instance, even in Q2 21, we had very much restrictions in regard to the opening hours of offline casinos. But not only, one of the key pillars of our activity at the association is also commissioning study, creating evidence on which one could base regulatory decisions. On a yearly basis, we commission surveys on gambling behavior. We also last year commissioned a study to find out the correlation between advertising and gambling behavior. And here we also asked the question to which extent people still gamble with the offshore offer. And there is a clear move towards the regulated offer also in Portugal. Over 70% of people surveyed said they would prefer the regulated offer to the illegal one for reasons of security. So I think that plays a role. And then we will see to which extent the change in tax already shows effect. And as was said, we have a general move towards online. H2 Gambling Capital predicted this stronger move to online. I think it's a combination that led to this very strong increase. And I think it's too early to say what will happen during the rest of the year. But we've seen a slight decline in Q2, could be due to the fact that Q2 figures are always a little bit weaker. We just have to wait and see. And as we all know, online gambling is very fast moving industry, which sometimes still surprises us all. And from the number of licenses, we have currently 15. It will very much depend on the further M&As and what is going on, not only in Europe, but also global-wise, whether this number will still a little increase or increase more.
Understood. And yeah, we'll discuss a little bit more what will come in the future. So let's discuss about what you see from now on. Alba, we'll start with you. So from the point where we are now, what do you expect as a dynamic into the market, and what's the role that you and your company are playing in the coming months into the Spanish market?
Yes, so obviously slots, as I mentioned before, is one of the biggest products for the Spanish players. Obviously table games as well, but something that is growing year by year, it's also live dealers. And for example, in my opinion, there is like quite a lack of live dealers products in Spain due to the regulation, of course, because they have to have a land-based license. They have to be or having a studio inside a land-based casino. So this is obviously restricting international companies or B2B providers in order to expand these products. So I think the key is to be thinking out of the box, try to find alternatives to this type of products that are working very well in the Spanish market. In terms of advertising, that actually I didn't talk before a lot about this. From Relax point of view, we are working in promotional tools. We are working in, lower RTPs for the Spanish players, because this is how the player like to have the slots. It's very typical from Spain and Latin America that players prefer lower RTPs. Give the possibility to the operators to split between VIP players, usual player, promotional tools to support, as advertising is getting restricted more and more every year and every month. We are working in promotional tools like back office tools that they could use, in-game features that will give the player already extra value in our games, so we can support the operators, fighting this type of restrictions that are getting stronger and stronger every month.
Alba, we have a question from the audience. What's your view in relation to the video bingo in the Spanish market?
Yeah, actually, it's true that, for example, especially in Brazil, Latin America, video bingo is huge. From my previous experience, it obviously there is like one of the main providers in Spain that are already providing video bingos. I think the key is obviously to think, as I said before, out of the box, and giving the customer and the player something extra in the video bingo. Players are getting more experience, so they don't want only a simple video bingo, and that's why what we can see from these other specific providers, they want localized content. So for us, it would be very key to actually see what features and extra features and themes will work in the Spanish markets for the video bingo. But I do think that it's still going to be very strong in the future, as everyone in Spain play bingo in the land base, and obviously with the restrictions now, they are gonna try and find an alternative product online.
Thank you for that, Alba. Mario, from your point of view, what do you see in the coming months, in the coming 12, 18, 24 months? Into the Spanish market and Iberian, so Portuguese market as well. What kind of dynamic you expect, and how you and your company plan to tackle this opportunity, if any?
Okay, thank you. Yes, let's separate again in the B2B and the B2C. For the B2C, obviously, the question is going to be a concentration on big brands, because for the restriction in advertisement and marketing, it's one of the most important parts of the increasing the figures on the operators will be a concentration. For the B2B providers, let me tell you that I think that the market, there is a lot. There are a lot of providers now. I think it's already 30 different providers. And you know that there is a very important thing that are the penalties regarding the government. That what is happening in Spain is that if one provider starts with a problem, for example, or change CPDs, or they move the RTPs and they don't advise to the government, all the penalties are going to be in the face of the operator. It's supposed that if you have penalties, you have to pay a big amount, but it's a risk to take off the license. Then that's the problem is happening, that now and there are a lot of content providers entering into the market, but they don't have license. The license is under the operator. And in the past, different providers pass to the operators all the liabilities for on the amount. And if you have a big penalty, you in 2 years you can the government can take off your license. Then what that suppose that now the operators are not very happy to take and to increase the game catalog for the other gaming content providers that are not in Spain. And that will be a very important point of a point of view for all the content providers to know that it's going to be difficult, okay, in the future in Spain. That's the first thing. Another thing in Spain, what will happen is, as I think Alba told us, then you need to localize content. In Spain are working very well the 3 reels on the slot machines, for example, and there are different famous that are in the mind of all the players that are land-based content, land-based famous, that now are jumping to the online. That's something that works. Then those are my 2 most important point of lack here in the Spanish market, because this is regarding casino. Now we can speak about the sportsbook. The sportsbook now new sportsbook providers are entering into Spain, and we need them, because you know that the old sportsbook are being acquired by US companies, etc. Then it will be a change in the sportsbook providers and will increase. Regarding platforms, the wallet, we provide platform, we provide the slot, as you know, as I mentioned, and the Powerball. Then the platform, our platform is doing very well day by day, but now it's concentrated in two platform providers. When you take the platform for third parties, because another companies have their own, okay. And then the platforms will see an increasing. The sportsbook will see an increasing. The content providers in casino will maintain, or okay. And the live products, as I think, will be an important part. It's doing very well here in Spain. You know that there are there are only 3 or 4 providers on live products, and it will increase in the future too. Okay. Then regarding Franco, what we do, we offer our slot machines, the content based on land-based, that is doing very well. Then there is there is an omni-channel situation, no? Because we offer our own games in the land-based, and all that content will be shown in the online. That will help to the operator to increase. Another thing we offer are the different RTPs. We can configure the RTPs under the decision on the operator. And the products that we will launch soon will be more focused on the modules that we will set up for the casino. Okay, casino. The platform is already done. In Spain, you know that the only thing that we are the government required to us to do lots of changes, because with the restrictions and on the advertisement, on the limitation on the players, you need to develop new changes day by day. Okay, and I think is for me, I think it's enough with this opinion. Okay,
but Mario, the one interesting point that you raised was in relation to the omni-channel element. So that you guys have been successful in basically leveraging some titles that were known into the retail market, and it was a success. So you confirmed that was a success to offer them on digital means, because I assume that the player knew the titles, knew the game, and they were engaged in playing that on the digital side of the business. Is that right?
Yes, but still we didn't. It's not very well done, you know. Then because we suppose that all the operator, all the providers are coming with five real games, and in the Spanish market are 3 real games. Now there are several new games, but only based on 3 reels for online. But there is no similarities with the land-based. In this those next months, Franco, with all the big catalog that we are using in the land-based, we will do this omni-channel convergence wherever, but are needed to do mixed promotions. You know, then it's not easy because the customer we have in land-based is not the same one that we have in online. You know, because now it's happening because now all people is not playing anymore because the cafeterias and bars closed. But now the new people that is playing, the young people, will start playing in the online with these titles.
Understood. Thank you for that, Mario. Arcangelo, same question basically for you. You know, what are your expectations into these markets? You know, what is the challenge and the opportunity you see in the future for Habanero into this market that push you to enter it in the first place?
Yes. Indeed, both Alba and Mario touched on really relevant aspects here, and in particular, what's happening in these markets we have already seen elsewhere, and we will keep seeing around. Effectively, regulated markets change the speed of light, and we see developments going all the time. So the only way to approach them is effectively trying and be as scalable and modular you can be. The point of this is to be able to adapt very, very quickly, and even anticipate effectively what the shifts are going to be in the market, and effectively playing into the hands of your clients, and anticipating what the needs of your clients might be. And all the different elements that Alba and Mario touched are, like I said, totally relevant. For example, when it comes with limitations on advertising, which we obviously see in Italy. And Italy is our main market in Europe at the moment, mostly because we targeted first. So we've been live there for about 4 years, which means that we've actually seen the big shift that's come with the online, with the advertising ban. What's happened is that operators have had to adapt to this, and they've all come up with different strategies that have indeed involved elements like different RTPs, like different promotional tools, in-game promotional tools, gamification elements, jackpots, and so forth. So the point that the way to being able to ride this tidal changes is to be able to effectively offer all of this, which is at the core of what we do effectively. Different RTPs for different RTP ranges for each slot that can be chosen by the operator, and all the different promotional tools that anybody in the online environment would be expecting in 2021. Mario also touched on something that's actually really important in regards to the liability of operators in relations to changes that might happen, critical changes that might happen on the supplier side. And that's obviously a challenge, and it's a challenge like those that we see pretty much everywhere in regulated markets. There would be situations where there would be positions where the supplier is barely recognized effectively by the regulator, and the operator carries the onus effectively and the liability of changes of this type. Once again, solutions would be to be able to accommodate and being able to offer localized solutions from a technical perspective, not just from a product perspective. From a technical perspective means that effectively when there are changes in compliance environments, then those changes need to be effectively communicated, and of course Spain, like other markets, need to be treated as one market rather than bundled up together with what's going on around the world. And again, once again, scalability and modularity here is absolutely paramount. When it comes to what we see in the future, is what we do believe. I agree with Mario that, and it's undoubted that the land-based space and the retail space is massive in Spain and in general in the Mediterranean market. In the southern markets, I would think it's very similar to what we've seen in Latin America, in our first forays and adventures in Latin America, where we've been for the past couple of years. However, this was also true for Italy, for example, where Italy had a massive retail, has a massive retail business. Up to last year, the online environment only weighted for 10% of the general casino revenue. It's now gone up, but it's still just about 20%, which is still relatively low compared to other markets. However, we have seen a new generation of players effectively growing into the online environment. What we do at Habanero is create games that are specifically made for online, although we do have a strong heritage and identity with the general casino history, I would say. And this is one of the reasons why we always go on and on about talking about the mathematics of the game before anything else. Mathematics have to be absolutely spot on, and they have to be interesting to the player for the game to work. Although we do focus a lot on the peripherals, or what you might call the peripherals, such as, for example, the characterization, and of course the visuals, and of course the soundtrack, and of course the general gaming experience, at the end of the day, what's key is to understand games and being able to deliver games that are strong for all types of players. So if we look at all of these elements put together, I think markets such as Portugal and Spain are bound to remain of a massive interest to us going forward. I'm also confident that the markets will naturally look inside themselves and ride out any of the challenges the regulators might put against them, like we have seen elsewhere. Challenges will always inevitably be brought about. What we've seen in Italy, for example, is personally, I'm actually quite impressed with the way the Italian market responded to the to the advertising ban, and I expect a market as mature as Spain to do exactly the same thing. However, there are dangers. Obviously, the dangers would be inevitably to punish and penalize compliant and fully compliant and licensed operators, and play into the hands of grey.com operators. I'm personally optimistic in regards to this. We keep seeing this everywhere. We keep seeing challenges being thrown by regulators, and we keep seeing the markets respond to these challenges. We're seeing this in Germany at the moment, although it's all to be seen how things are going to develop there. And I'm sure that Spain, which is actually proven in the past to be a mature, flexible, and workable market, and I would like to mention once again that gesture of lowering taxation, which made things, it sent a really strong signal to foreign investors, for example, in that case. I did forget to mention that one of the reasons why we aggressively started targeting these markets is the fact that a lot of our clients or prospects across Europe and across the world were looking at these markets with lots of interest. And inevitably, what you have is that in the current regulated environment, where margins are squeezed and reduced by taxation, saturation, and compliance costs, and so forth, then probably being global is the only response, and maximizing your volumes in order to make your margins stand up is the response. And we see this trend continuing. So I'm confident that both markets will be ripe for further success, and I'm confident that players will keep showing hunger for quality content like pretty much everywhere else.
For sure, Arcangelo, a comment that you made in relation to be present in several markets, this is something that we see both on a B2C and on a B2B. So also in relation to weight the risk and be present or have revenues, substantial revenues coming from more than 2, 3, 4 markets. So in that way, this is also what we see, that suddenly both B2B and B2C operator want to enter a market, is the case in, Spain and Portugal, and then that's generate clearly, acquisition and M&A, and this is what we see very closely. So thank you for that, Arcangelo. Anne-Marie, coming back to the Portuguese market, so the future, you see there is anything clear that might shake up the market, any taxation changes, any rules, any new product allowing, or even on the negative, something like some advertising limitation or something like that you can see from your point of view?
I'd say right now we shouldn't expect too much changes, at least not for the rest of the year. As I said, the total revision of the law is ongoing. Since the change in tax only happened a year ago, and over the last year we didn't have a regular situation, I think it is unlikely we see a further change immediately. Also, I'm sure it is considered. And when it comes to the product range you tackled, yes, I'm confident, and I hope that those products that are still not regulated will be regulated in the next step. I think of online live casino. I think that's a very important product for the casino range, becomes more and more popular, like live betting. Then esports is here to stay, as well as fantasy sports, virtual bets. I think this will be considered together with all the new technologies, which play a more and more important role also in online gambling, not only product-wise, but also consumer protection-wise. It will become more and more individualized consumer protection. Then we don't have to forget new KYC processes. We don't have to forget new payment methods. So as was said already, it is necessary to anticipate from an operator side to be as scalable as possible, and from the regulator side to really anticipate and to go along with all those changes, because in the past regulation was always a couple of steps behind. But now we see already in which direction the industry goes, and regulators can already also prepare for those future steps. I don't hear you. I don't hear you.
Sorry, Anne-Marie. One thing that I think it's interesting is, how a trade body like yours is available to have an open conversation with the regulator. This is something that we always see with the difficulties in a number of regulations where we as Falcon Leisure are active also in relation to M&A mandate we have. So in Portugal, is the regulator kind of open to a discussion? Are you able to kind of explain some dynamic that relationship, trade body, regulator kind of work?
Definitely, not only with the regulator, but with all political parties, with the ministry in charge, with the major stakeholders in sports. So we are pretty much in constant exchange. We are also always consulted in regard the changes, whether it's AML, whether it's advertising, whether it's any kind of draft bills, draft initiatives, amendment proposals. So we are very, very involved in this process. It's quite transparent. It's all open for everybody, and it's a kind of common understanding that we want the market to work. We, however, want to avoid also mistakes which were already made in the past, and that is always the advantage to be one of the last ones to regulate. We see that with Holland, they already more or less anticipated a lot of issues because they had whole Europe to look at. That was more difficult for Italy or for France at the time.
At the beginning, of course, you're right.
Process, and that is a little bit the advantage also from Portugal.
Thank you, Marie. Gentlemen, ladies, any final conclusion remark? I don't know, Alba, Mario, Arcangelo?
Well, just to finalize, because I didn't really comment on what Arcangelo and Mario mentioned regarding the compliance, liabilities. Obviously, for Relax Gaming, we are already in the UK market, we are already in Romanian market, very regulated markets that actually have very big restrictions, and that's why, from our point of view, we look into this. As Arcangelo mentioned very well, compliance is a key for us, and I think the restrictions are going to still come in, but we just need to think out of the box and try to support the operators as much as we can.
Thank you, Alba. Mario, Arcangelo?
My last opinion, we need to be positive. The things are changing all over the world. Now people buy in Amazon, they play online. We have an opportunity regarding Spain and Portugal because we can, a lot of people with very good new staff are being working and understanding the market, and we can jump to Latin markets, US markets, because from Europe have all the expertise in this in all this industry. We have to be very positive because USA and Latin American markets will be the next step for us. Then it will be again, the figures will be, we are going to be a mature market in Spain. Portugal will need to increase a bit more. Italy, France, well, Italy very well. Arcangelo, UK, we know that the restrictions are coming, but we need to take a look and to focus in new markets that will come and big opportunities for all of our companies. That's
thank you very much. Thank you, Mario. Arcangelo, final comment?
I completely agree with my colleagues, and nothing. I mean, I would like to just end on a wishful thinking, and hopefully not just wishful thinking. Effectively, it would be fantastic to be able to see in Spain and Portugal mature markets and markets that are maturing and are actually asking of themselves important questions that might have been asked elsewhere before. To see a mature relation between the industry and the regulator. This is my wish. It would be fantastic to be able to see at some point a playground where effectively the social responsibility, the needs of the shared needs of both a regulator and stakeholders in the industry, to make sure that social responsibility and player protection and effectively a positive approach, a positive outlook of gaming onto pretty much every aspect, regulated gaming of every aspect of the elements that we're discussing here, could effectively happen, and we could actually see an environment in which stakeholders and the regulators can talk and can progress together for the benefits of everybody,
For sure.
Yeah.
This is something that that's definitely is one of the steps that this industry needs to have in several markets.
Absolutely.
So I think our time is up. Thank you very much, Arcangelo, Anne-Marie, Alba, and Mario. Thank you very much, Zoltan. Congratulations for the event. Thanks again from myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Gracias,
Thank you.
obrigado.
Been a pleasure.
Grazie mille.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
Prego.
Okay, so now we move on to a different region, which could inspire a new movie, the Scandinavians and the Greek. It's a panel discussion about the Nordic Updates, which is going to be moderated by Mina Ripati. Mina, are you here? Hello.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, nice to see you. So we are wishing you good luck and fingers crossed with this panel where you have the two major Scandinavian lawyers and you also have a Greek businessman. So take care. See you later.
Thank you, Sultan. So do we have Morten also here already?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. Good, everybody's here. So thank you, Sultan. So those who don't know me, I'm a Finnish lawyer, iGaming lawyer. My name is Minna, and I have here today Morten Ronde from Nordic Gambling, and then we have Gustav Hofstedt here from the Swedish Trade Association for Online Gambling. And then this time also, as Sultan already mentioned, we have a Greek member as well. So we have Dino Stranomitis from Altenar. And so we will concentrate on the Nordic markets. And this time, I believe we will emphasize Finland, Sweden, and Denmark, since we don't really have anybody to speak about Norway that carefully this time. So those are the countries that we are going to concentrate on. Anyhow, let's get into it. So obviously, we all hope that all the corona restrictions are going to be over soon and more people get vaccinated and the situation is way better now than it was, let's say, a few months ago. But still, in many countries, there were certain, restrictions also in this sector due to COVID. And I know that at least in Sweden, those should end in November. But maybe we will start with you, Gustav, and you can tell us a little bit about the restrictions and what is the situation and are they really gonna end then in November?
Well, thanks for inviting me, Minna, to this discussion. It feels great to be here and to be moderated by you. Yes, we have COVID-19 restrictions in Sweden. They are focused solely on VLTs and online casinos. So all the other gambling products are excluded from the temporary COVID-19 restrictions. Those were implemented by the spring of 2020, and they have been extended a couple of times during the years. The advocacy from the government, when the government suggested those temporary restrictions, was that the government observed a development in which time spent in our homes rather than at working places caused an increased risk of problem gambling regarding online casino. And with that advocacy, the government had the mandate to impose those restrictions without asking its authority or without asking the parliament or so. So the government implemented those measures from the spring of 2020. The strange thing is that what we already knew and what has been approved on multiple times after that was that in Sweden, online casino did not increase, and certainly not for problem gamblers. There are many studies on that particular topic. Quite the contrary, actually. But nevertheless, the government was not that interested in changing its mind, and we still have those temporary restrictions going on in Sweden. I said in the beginning of the implementation that there is nothing as permanent as a political promise of something temporary. And unfortunately, it seems like I was right in saying that in the spring of 2020. Yesterday, this is the latest development. Yesterday, the Swedish government, they called for a press conference and announced that more or less all general restrictions connected to the pandemic will cease on September 29. But the temporary COVID-19 restrictions for online casino, they weren't mentioned, of course. So as far as I know, they are still going on, and the deadline set for them is November 14. Obviously, I have taken measures on behalf of my members to shorten down that period to September 29. For many reasons. One was the one that I mentioned, that the foundation, the advocacy turned out to be wrong regarding why they were implemented from the very beginning. The second reason is that from September 29 this autumn, the government and the public health authority do not longer advise Swedes to work from home. And since that was the main advocacy to implement the online casino restrictions, I believe it's a fair date for the government to also withdraw the COVID-19 restrictions for online casino, since we will get back to work from the last of September and further on. Thanks.
Thank you, Gustav. It definitely sounds very interesting that the online gambling sector is treated, let's say, differently in this sense when it comes to the restrictions. So, Morten, what is the situation regarding Denmark? Then maybe you can also, give a short overview. Is there some sort of similar situation that you still have something in place or not anymore, and where do we stand now?
Yeah, so thank you, Minna. The positive message is there are no longer no COVID restrictions in Denmark. Most of them were gone already a month ago, and I think 2 weeks ago they were all gone. So and the infection rate is very low. The gambling market was never regulated because of the COVID-19, as it was in Sweden. The Danish government, I think, opted to wait to see what it would actually mean for the gambling market, and whether there would be like an explosion in the gambling spend during COVID-19. And quite early during the COVID-19, the gambling authority did like an analysis of how it had impacted the gambling market, that people were sitting at home. And it showed actually that there was no significant increase. And the increase in online casino, there was a small increase, but at the same time, there was a huge, of course, decline in online betting because of the sports events that were not there. So you can say, and I think even the treatment centers said people are gambling less during COVID-19. When you look at the overall picture, the land-based sector was hit hard, as I think it was in many countries. And only recently the casinos were reopened. And I think you've seen that a lot of land-based players have maybe migrated to online casino offers. So there's been a transition that I think it's fair to say that the land-based sector is worried that they're not coming back. These players who went for online casino offers. the COVID-19 pandemic had a different impact of the gambling market in terms of politics and things that are not happening as we expected to happen. So the Danish government, the Social Democratic government, had big plans to do a reform of the gambling market, and they were talking about restrictions on marketing and perhaps even a marketing ban. And it's been pushed forward all the time, and it's clear now that they've simply given priorities to other areas, other political proposals than the gambling market. And because of Corona, many things were simply suspended because the parliament was not in session. So now that everything is reopened, there are many other areas that they want to focus on. So it's good and it's bad. I mean, we knew that there were some pretty heavy restrictions coming, which I think no one was really, from the gambling industry, was really looking forward to. On the other hand, there were things that we were hoping for, like more vigorous enforcement of illegal gambling. So what we see in Denmark is an increase in unlicensed gambling. And so we were hoping for things like, more payment blocking, perhaps maybe supplier licensing, things that would prevent unlicensed operators from operating in Denmark, and that as well is postponed into next year. I think we're looking at next year for any governmental initiatives in Denmark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it also, thank you, Morten, does it also concern about this advertisement ban, or is it still, let's say, more an open question? Or do you mean that whatever the amendments or changes will be, it will be sometime in the course of next year, maybe when those will be, discussed in Denmark?
What we hear on the grapevine is that the responsible minister in Denmark, which is the tax minister, he's still very interested in changing the gambling market and especially on regulating marketing. And he came from a position, I think it's fair to say, that where he was considering an advertisement ban. Lately, he's been more balanced in his views and says we also need to keep the industry and keep a balance. But we don't know where this is going to end. So yeah, that is his main focus. That would be advertisement restrictions, and those are still coming, I think, at some point. But yeah, maybe not before 2022.
Okay, thank you, Morten. So Dinos, obviously we are glad to have you here with us today, and you will definitely provide us some views from the business side. So what do you say? Morten is talking about a possible advertisement ban in Denmark. How does it sound like if there would be something like this in Denmark? And also maybe you can elaborate a bit, like how do you feel about these sort of restrictions?
Hi, Mina. Hi, Gustav. Hi, Morten. Good morning to everyone, to all the audience. I'm so glad to be in between some Scandinavians finally and again. And just to justify my presence here, I had fantastic memories working for almost 9 years in the past for a big Swedish operator that we had Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland as top 4 countries, actually. And it happened that I was the trading director in that company. My background is engineering, far from a lawyer. Even though I don't declare myself as an engineer anymore, I try to say that I'm in the business because I have to respect the law. It's not just how it works, but it should work in a proper way. And I have to comment, Morten and Gustav and me, I say, I appreciate your criticism to the regulation in Scandinavia, and I share the feelings with you. However, if you compare with South Europe or Germany, or to a certain extent, even with UK, you are in much better situation. Definitely, the advertisement ban will not help. We have seen this in Italy. The other restriction will not help either. I think that we have a lot of respect here in the South about your society. And you teach us how to have a proper concept. And if I had to put my concentration to comment and try to discuss with regulators, is a simple concept. Let's help this industry to be a real entertainment instead of addiction. Let's help the proper operators to work properly. Do not encourage the unlicensed operation. We have to work together. As Altenar, we got certification in both Sweden and Denmark. We will get in Norway and Finland when it comes. It was a little bit of a nightmare that we did not know the rules, especially for Sweden. It is a nightmare to come and say, okay, if some team uses any under 18 player in the top professional league, we still have to get a penalty. A professional who is 17 years old and he earns millions and Premier League accepted, it's not good for Sweden. How it comes? Why we have to see our operators that we're serving, that they struggle to grow, and we see some other competitors that they don't respect anything, that they come with money from the region. So if I have to comment about the advertisement, it will not help. Definitely not. Please, guys, have a look in Italy, what happens. And then what really happens, they find a different way to promote their product, pretending that everything is fine. I don't want to say more things. I think I could leave the lawyers to speak longer than me, and I'm very happy to listen to them and learn, actually. Instead, I am the last one to tell you what to do, but let's have all discussion for a society to educate regulators and operators how we do things properly.
Thank you, Dinos. Gustav, maybe you want to comment something on what Dinos said, and also like let's say maybe we can discuss a little bit about the, let's say, what are the major compliance issues or questions at the moment that the operators are facing in Sweden and in Denmark also. So maybe you can start, Gustav.
Yes, thanks, Minna. And first, regarding being a lawyer, I want to stress that I am not a lawyer. Perhaps that's what Dinos thought. My intention some 20 or 30 years ago was to become a teacher in Swedish. But so far, I haven't received any salaries being a teacher. We'll see what happens in the future.
I have to comment, interesting choice between, becoming a teacher and then you go for gambling. So, yes.
Yes, quite a journey, I guess. Anyway, and I once again want to connect with what Dinos was talking about, namely that well, perhaps we are whining a lot in the northern hemisphere about things that upset us and loopholes and lacks in the Scandinavian or the Nordic regulation and legislation. But at least from my perspective, it comes from higher expectations. As you know, the Swedish re-regulation is quite new. We re-regulated the market 2.5 years ago. And of course, there are beautiful contents in that regulation. To begin with, the simple fact that we have a regulation at all. We went from an unregulated monopoly market to a regulated licensing market. That's beautiful, of course. And we have a fairly attractive taxation compared to Morten's Denmark and my colleagues in the Netherlands and other jurisdictions. But and this is why I whine so much. We started so beautifully with a channelization of approximately 95% 2.5 years ago. Everyone, every Swedish consumer wanted to participate in the Swedish licensing system, and the illegal market it shrinked to almost nothing. But now, 2 years later, the illegal market is growing and growing. It takes big chunks of the licensed gambling market. And this is so unnecessary. We know what safeguards a licensed market. We know how to achieve a high channelization. But the problem is that not so much in Sweden, the regulator, to some extent the regulator, but definitely the government is tempted to implement measures that only verbally is good for consumer protection, but in practice it has quite the opposite effect. And the reason is obviously that for every such measure, the channelization drops. And we know that the vulnerable players are quite often high volume players, and they are the fastest to leave the licensed market. So what we have today in Sweden is a market of approximately 75% channelization, with all the zero or middle risk players, whereas all the high risk players and the problem gamblers, they have left the Swedish license market. And the very reason to re-regulate the Swedish market for the politicians, well, there were several reasons, but one particular reason was very much highlighted, and that was to be able to reach the problem gamblers and aid them. And this is a complete failure when it comes to the Swedish gambling market, because they are not here anymore. So sorry, Dinos, for whining, but that's the reason.
Without violating the order, and if Morten, of course, want to say something, I would like to ask something to Gustav, if you allow me, Mina.
Of course.
You know, Gustav, that's a very excellent approach. Is any particular technical issue that is helping underground operation? Is the bonuses that are not allowed to be given? Is the self-exclusion that it's not really working because there is no self-exclusion in the underground? What is exactly the technical point, if you don't mind, that is preventing a proper business, proper growth, and is encouraging the black market?
It's a great question, and I assume that my answer would be very much the same answer as Morten could give you from Denmark, and well, it's probably more or less the same answer in any jurisdiction. And it's a twofold answer. Number one, the lack of, and Morten mentioned that previously, the lack of measures towards unlicensed gambling. I should probably not disclose this, but it's actually not illegal to offer Swedish punters gaming as long as you do not use the Swedish language and as long as you do not use the Swedish currency, the krona. If you accept accept the fact that you cannot use the language and the krona, then you can legally offer gambling to Swedish consumers without a Swedish license. So that's just one example of many measures that the Swedish government has to take when it comes to repressive measures towards unlicensed gambling. I mean, you may have heard about the penalty fees that has been given to Swedish licensed operators. That can be compared to measures towards unlicensed operators. No, zero unlicensed operator has been in any way been brought to Swedish court, and certainly not convicted in court. The other reason, and this one is a bit softer, but it's actually even more important, and I often talk about it, and it is the fact that repressive measures, how important they may be, will never, ever be enough. The main problem with the Swedish government's behavior is that they do not accept the fact that they have to give the licensed operators decent conditions to offer to Swedish consumers. And what we've seen, we had a fairly good licensing system at the start of 2019, but what we've seen is that the government has taken numerous initiatives to narrow or shrink the possibilities for the licensed operators in their relations to the consumers. And the reaction from the consumer side has obviously been that, well, they can vote with their feet. They have left the licensing market towards the unlicensed market. So I believe that the most bitter medicine for a politician to swallow, but nevertheless it is a necessity, is that you have to accept the fact that you have to give the unlicensed operators decent conditions in their relations to the consumers. Because at the end of the day, it isn't the government that decides whether a licensing system will have 75% channelization as in Sweden, or 95% as in the UK, or close to that as in the Denmark. The government will not decide. Neither, by the way, will the gambling companies. They will not decide whether a licensing system will be a success or not. At the end of the day, it is the consumers that will decide, and that has to be accepted also by politicians.
Thank you, Gustav. Morten, do you wish to comment on this? And maybe, if not so much, maybe you can, comment on the compliance issues, that the operators are now facing in Denmark.
Yeah, but I'd like to comment first on what has been said, and I think it's a fair assessment. If you take 20 lawyers from different jurisdictions in Europe and EU, they would all be whining and complaining about how the regulation is going and how the governments misunderstand how the gambling market works, and that's actually the problem, is that it's so erratic, it's so random what is going on in various jurisdictions, and it is actually, in my opinion, going the wrong way, because since the EU Commission had decided not to take any part in sort of a standardization anymore, it's just developing like a patchwork in the European countries, and many measures are taken that are completely besides the point, not working as they're supposed to be. For political reasons, local political reasons. We have bigger challenges, actually, and Gustav mentioned illegal gambling, and I mentioned illegal gambling. I think it's fair to argue that's actually an EU problem. That's something that EU should step in and try to take measures. Why should that be each country's individual problem? These are companies that are benefiting from the wealth of the European membership countries without actually paying anything back. So that's just one example of where there could be some coordination on a European level. And when it comes to Denmark, my country is no different than any other country. I think what is different that at some point, 10 years ago, the Danish government actually found a formula that worked. They managed to get a regulation in place that channeled all of the gambling market into legal framework, and something that the players actually supported. But now it's like the government has abandoned this and said, well, we need to make a lot of changes, and we believe that at the same time we can just keep the revenue and keep the players in the market, and clearly it's not working. So Denmark is just doing the same thing as every other member states doing, driving the players out of the market one by one. And yeah, I fail to see that this is changing before there's some sort of coordination on a higher level in EU.
Thanks, Morten. That's actually very interesting. That you said that there would be more coordination from the EU level regarding the illegal gambling, and I think it's a very good point, actually. Dinos, do you have something to add, perhaps, on this?
I can add many comments about European Union and how they behave and how they treat several countries. Again, a great voice from the south, with a lot of demonstrations happened last 10 years. If I have to say, yes, European Union is not interested about gambling at the moment. They just let any state just to collect as much as they can with any rule they believe is correct. In the name of the respect of the consumer, they just try to get advantage. Simple as that. And as the gentleman said, at the end of the day, yes, the consumer will decide. I mean, no matter how you ban alcohol, the one who wants to drink will find to buy alcohol. No matter how you ban gambling, the one who would like to have entertainment in the gambling will find it and will bet on that until he loses all his money, unfortunately. Regardless if you give him a bonus or you don't give him a bonus. It's a matter of question. Do you want someone to lose the money to a legal operator in Denmark, Sweden, Germany, UK, Italy? Or you prefer to say, I'm controlling the legal operator and I don't care if my citizens lose the rest of their money to any black market. That's how it is at the moment. Yes, Gustav said correct. In the beginning, everyone saw the Swedish law, in my opinion, as something nice, very easy entry point. Then they realized how difficult it is to retain customers. Some of them try to go to the edge, try to get some advantage by bending a little bit the rules. Then big penalties came in, step back, and now we see that the black market is increasing. In Denmark, I think it's slightly better. However, not many operators going to Denmark, at least not many as possibly we would like to see them. It's a little bit more difficult to the entry point compared to Sweden. Let's see what happens in Norway. Well, suppose there is a PSP ban. Again, if you want to pay, you can find a way to pay. That's not so difficult, isn't it? Still, we enjoy free Finland, at least here from Malta. Is probably, I don't think if a Maltese license should call Maltese license should be Finnish license, actually. That's the only country that works after the German wonderland. Isn't it? Anyway, coming back to the point, the consumer will show us the way. And I have a big faith that the Scandinavian consumer with high demands will set standards. And this is what we have to follow. We need to offer winter sports. At the moment, we struggle, men and gentlemen, we struggle to offer winter sports properly because we don't know necessarily the age of all participants. And come on, if someone is in the ski jumping world championship, what's the problem if it's 17 years old? What's the problem? If we want to ban any underage, let's do it. In any industry, not just in gambling. That's what I think. I don't know if I spoke too loudly for a Scandinavian panel. You can get me and let me know.
Interesting thoughts indeed. And yes, you mentioned about the PSP blocking, and And maybe I will give a short update now regarding Finland before we will continue the discussion. So in Finland, there should be amendments have been pending to the Lotteries Act already for a while. They were notified to the Commission, and Malta issued a detailed opinion concerning the amendments, obviously arguing that the monopoly is still, let's say, against EU law, although the Commission has earlier stated that the Finnish monopoly is in line with EU law. Regarding the amendments, there should be a PSP blocking entering into force next year. The parliament has not handled the law yet, but it will be done. They have now returned from the summer break, so they will soon handle the amendments. And the plan is that in the course of 2022 there would be PSP blocking in Finland. Further, there are some measures, or some new measures or tools to be given to the National Police Board, so that they could take measures against, let's say, private individuals who will do marketing online, marketing those illegal gambling companies that currently treat Finland as the promised land. And yes, and it's interesting. Several operators actually received in the course of this summer letters from the National Police Board regarding their marketing measures and their operations in Finland, which shows some sort of let's say, increased appetite from the perspective of the Finnish authorities. But the situation is what it is, and we will see what will happen next year then. But as Dino said regarding the PSP blocking, it's not so simple, as it actually sounds like. Anyhow, going back, I would like to hear a little bit more regarding Sweden. Gustav, you mentioned about the channelization rate, and I understood that now it looks like that the goal of 90% will not be reached as it was planned. So as far as I've understood, there should be some new measures that or at least there should be some sort of a government inquiry introducing some new measures to tackle the low channelization rate. So maybe you can tell a little bit more about these measures. What are they, or do you have any information, or they have not been introduced yet, or where do we stand?
Yes, thanks, Minna. They will be presented by September 30. So I do not know much of the content of those measures. But I believe, however, that we can be quite certain that those measures will be repressive rather than suggesting more liberalized measures towards the licensed operators. So they will most likely, I'm absolutely certain actually, that they will sort of fuel the repression fire even more. The jurisdictions that are yet not licensing markets that use repressive measures in the Nordics are a beautiful example of what happens. Dinos mentioned Finland as, what did he say, a paradise or a wild west, which is extremely profitable. And Norway, we know what is going on there. They are adding repressive measure after repressing measure, and the channelization, as far as I'm concerned, still is below 50%. So I do not have much hope that the measures suggested in the Swedish inquiry will contribute to reaching the goal of 90% channelization, especially since the governmental goal is that goal will be reached by 1st of January, New Year's Day 2022. It won't happen. And it is interesting to compare with the Nordics, since half of the jurisdictions are regulated license markets and half of them are or not. And despite the difficulties in the licensed market, I would definitely argue for going towards a licensed market and abandon the systems that Finland and Norway use today. It may be extremely profitable for operators that operate outside Finland, but those profits are extremely vulnerable, and I certainly believe that the industry shall act for regulated markets. It shall certainly be a level playing field for all operators that meet up to the standard of consumer protection, AML, etc. But despite the difficulties in a licensed market, that must be what we aim for. Perhaps in a decade or two or three, we can go for a one license market in the EU, but I don't think that we can do that by passing local licensing markets. So we have to start with the local licensing market. And I also want to mention, if that's okay, Mina, that another thing that really troubles me with local monopolies, apart from the fact that they contribute so badly with consumer protection and channelization, is that they actually contaminates the democracy. Strong words, I know, but let me give you one example from my home country, Sweden. When we used to have a monopoly, it was only too common that quite well-paid tasks were given to ex-politicians within the gambling monopoly. So, for example, the wife of the Swedish prime minister at the time suddenly became the chairman of the state-owned operator. And there are example after example of that. And I believe it actually, corrupt is maybe a strong word, but it certainly contaminates a fair and decent democracy when those things are happening. And I just found out the other week when talking to a Finnish colleague of yours, Mina, that Finland is suffering from the same thing. One example, the political parties are, of course, extremely important in a developed democracy, and so are the political youth parties. They shall be independent, and they not just to their own mother parties, but they shall also be independent towards commercial interests. And I was just told the other week that all the political youth parties in Finland are receiving funds from Veikkaus, the state-owned gambling operator. And I mean, if you have any idea about going from a monopoly or a license market, or quite the opposite, it doesn't matter. But as a youth politician, you shall be free in your mind to come to whatever conclusion you want to. And the fact that they are financially dependent, not one party, but all the political youth parties or organizations are dependent on an ongoing state monopoly in Finland. That's just disgraceful.
Yeah, absolutely, Gustav. And then you can ask, is the situation ever going to change? You know, if and I'm not going to comment on that too much, but definitely there has been a discussion regarding this, and I've heard the same rumors, or and there have been some newspaper articles and so on written regarding this. So definitely, and the situation is very unfortunate. So because this is basically an obstacle, and how are we gonna find something better if this is the case? Dinos, what did you wanted to say?
Very short, because I don't
Yes.
want to get more in order. But financially, all monopolies they sponsor everything on their country. I'm afraid that in Finland is better compared to other countries again, to say. It's disgrace. Yes, in Greece, not only the youth parties, even you can find even hospital for children. That bad. Anyway.
Morten, please go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, no, it's a good point Gustav is making. I think it's the same in most, well, at least most Nordic countries where the political organizations get money from gambling or from, well, originally from the lottery. It was the same in Denmark. It's actually still the same in Denmark. But the thing is that there's enough money in the system to do what you want as a government. If you want to provide and keep providing money to political organizations, you can. It's then you guaranteed. In Denmark, they were guaranteed that even when we re-regulate the market, you'll keep the money. All the sports organizations, all the political organizations, and then they were sort of appeased and said, okay, yeah, sure. Then our interest is minimal then in how the regulation looks. They didn't say that directly, but that was what they meant. You know, we don't really have a stake in the gambling market. We just want to keep receiving the money. So in Denmark, the Danish state said, we'll take the risk. We'll guarantee the money to the organizations, and we'll take the risk on the new market. But if it goes well, all the money goes to the state, which it did, and the Danish state benefited from it tremendously. There is something. So Denmark has always been a bit different than I think the rest of the Nordic countries in the way that we don't have as many monopolies, and there is this understanding in other Nordic countries that some trades, some activities in society can only be run sort of carefully by monopolies. I know in Sweden you still, and in Norway you still have the monopoly on liquor, so there's an understanding in Norway, and maybe also in Finland, is that the consumer protection will only get worse if there was a liberal market. And I think that's why it's so important to look at Sweden and for Norway and Finland to see that. So the overall consumer protection is not worsened. Maybe there are some, and that's what some people will point to. Maybe there are some rogue operators who are not compliant, but there's a much higher channelization. And can you even talk about consumer protection when less than half of the players are playing with the local operators? So, and we've seen that in Sweden and in Denmark, you can go far in requiring the operators to keep high standards. So I hope that transpires in Finland and in Norway eventually, that you don't actually need a monopoly to keep the players safe.
Thank you, Morten. Yeah, I agree with you, and definitely the monopolies. It's so deep in the Finnish, I don't know, blood, that it will definitely take some time before the Finns are ready to, let's say, consider other options. But I agree with you that the monopoly is not really working in the way anymore than that it should work, and other options should be openly investigated and discussed. Morten, I wanted to ask you one more thing regarding the tax hike in 2021 and how it has affected the market.
Yeah, so there was a tax hike in Denmark where the tax went from a GGR tax on 20% to 28%. and so like a 40% increase in taxation. And I'd say that has put the market expansion to a stop. We've not seen, almost not seen any new license application during the last year, and I think there's actually more operators who's gone out of the market than has entered the market. And I think Dino's pointed to it that there are less operators in Sweden. Sweden is a bigger country, but there are just proportionally less operators in Denmark. So yeah, financially, the Danish market is less profitable than it was before. I don't want to say it's not profitable, because it is, but it's definitely less profitable. And yeah, it's been a bit of a cold damp cloth that has been put over the market by this tax increase.
Okay, thank you, Morten. So we have a few more minutes. We spoke about how Finland is the wild, wild west. Then we had the beautiful Swedish piece of legislation and the secret Danish formula, how Morten put it. And here we are still whining about it, that it's not actually working. So maybe some final thoughts and remarks. We still have a few minutes, so maybe you can start, Gustav.
I can, if you don't mind.
Of course, Dino.
I would like to have some final thoughts in regards to the future.
Yes.
Of course, we have to be very careful speaking about the future, because we are not seeing any crystal ball here. And if you go back in my videos, I believe that 2020 would be the best year ever. And I was so off. But with the pandemic, what happened is that at the moment, we live in the future. I think what made the pandemic is speeding up a process that would have taken much more time. Land-based will declining more and more. Online is gaining space. People understand that this is finally an entertainment and not a way to win money. In my opinion, Scandinavia in particular will lead a process to show to the rest of Europe how things should be. I believe in that, and I believe that it has still, as a gentleman said, it's much better now with some regulation that is not 100% okay, instead of what it was before, that was nothing. A process has started. The pandemic will speed up the process. In my opinion, in the next 5 years, we'll see much better situation. The government will learn. They will get pressure from consumers. We have to give a good quality product to the final consumer, and the government has to get a fair percentage from the tax point of view, and everyone will find a balance. We just have to work hard, all of us. Everyone push from his side, from every side, and I think something good happens. And last comment, if you don't mind, in the next Scandinavian panel, we should invite Iceland. Thank you.
Thank you, Dino. So, Gustav, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mina. I'm always also curious about Iceland, by the way. But what we haven't talked about today is our own responsibility. We whine a lot for good reasons. If Zoltan will give us the opportunity to come back, I think that we shall focus on our own responsibility to the low reputation that we suffer from in this industry. I believe that we can do more, regardless of any legislation, and that would be super interesting to focus on next time. Just to mention one thing that I believe that any B2C and B2B should do is to actually join a trade association. I do not want to speak on behalf of my own association, but in all other jurisdictions, come on, if you are a serious operator, join the Danish, the Dutch, the Austrian, and the Norwegian Trade Association. We, the privately owned gambling industry, we invest so little in public affairs compared to just about any other industry. And I think that we should take that step to a mature market. You can skip Sweden, that's fine, but invest in the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, Austria, etc. I noticed with happiness that Flutter yesterday joined the EGBA, the European Gaming and Betting Association, and just the day before that, Tombola joined the Dutch Trade Association. Great news, because we need that responsibility in the market. Thank you, Mina.
Thank you, Gustav. Morten, do you have something to add? Final words?
I think Gustav and Dinos made some excellent points, which I'd like to join and say that as an operator, the requirements are going to be bigger and bigger, and there's an expectation, especially in regulated markets, that operators are getting more serious than they are. Many operators are serious, but there's an expectation that sort of the bar is set higher from the whole of the industry, which means that there's going to be higher requirements, and it also means that you as an operator should be more active in the way you interact with the players, interactive in the way you act with the press, with politicians. And that kind of supports what Gustav says, is that you also have to take, rather than taking a backseat that many operators do, they're comfortable taking sort of the backseat and say, let's let the big operators do the public affairs. No, that's not the way to go forward. You should actively engage yourself in what's going on, and that would separate you from those unlicensed operators, or maybe those operators who are not very serious, and that will raise the bar across the market and create a better reputation of the gambling industry.
Thank you, Morten. Okay, thank you for joining the panel. Thank you for the listeners, and we are gonna give the microphone back to Zoltan now.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, Gustav, just so you know that the fourth quarterly meetup is on the 11th of November. So you guys have the opportunity, because we will keep adding the Nordic updates as we always have at our conferences, because this is an ongoing conversation. And I think as far as we go in the year, we see more and more people being interested in this topic. We sent out a poll on YouTube, and we have now around 25 answers about amendments that should be considered for Sweden, for example. So there's interest in that. And yeah, in terms of the trade association, definitely, we also are an advocate for that. We usually always cover the news when an operator joins the trade association, because yeah, that's a way of lobbying in Europe. Okay, so thank you, guys. We move on to the next panel discussion, which focuses on once again on iGaming. Is sponsored by Play and Go, and the big question is, what are the opportunities for the iGaming industry in the ever-increasing regulated marketplace, which is moderated right now by Andrius Gabnis. Andrius, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Nice to see you.
Yeah. Hi, I'm in my usual place. I still thanks to all the guys. Thanks for thanks to Mina. I still see the last session, the people from the last session. Yeah, okay. Evelina, I see Evelina already. I think everybody's there. Yes, I see that everybody's there. Great. Hi once again. this panel that's going to take place for the next hour, I think it's one of the most relaxed sessions that I have ever had, because the name of the panel is most probably the most self-promotion friendly panel that could possibly be. It's as Zoltan named, it's what are the opportunities for the iGaming industry in an ever increasing regulated marketplace. And I have 5 people with me today, starting with Evelina Antonakos, who's the head of sales and business development at tvbet.tv. Jan Urbanec, he's a CEO at Endorfina. Oliver Leitz, founder at Nanocosmos. Magnus Olsen, Chief Commercial Officer at Play and Go. And Alex Kornilov, the CEO and founder of Betagy. So in this particular case, as far as I'm a gambling lawyer, and it's, yes, obviously it's about regulated marketplace and all the different kinds of regulations, but it's again focused more on the product range, on the opportunities that regulated markets have, including the blacklisting of the unregulated operators, including the limitation of the products or allowing all the products in the specific markets. So it's basically everything is on you guys, and I will just relax and sit and listen to you. Once in a while, we'll ask you some sort of a questions, but it's interesting for me to hear as well. So okay, so let's begin with Evelina, because she's first on the list, and I saw her first from all the people here. So hi, what's the current situation that you're in, and please elaborate a bit about your product, because I think tvbet.tv is already a more or less well-known software provider or streaming provider or product provider, but for those who are not actively involved or they are not particularly well known with your product, please elaborate on what do you do and what's the opportunities for you and for the marketplace.
Okay, thank you, Andreas. Good to see you again and good to have you all here. Such a pleasure as always. I was really hoping I wouldn't be the first, but okay, let's go with it. So definitely I would like to share more about our brand and myself. So I'm head of sales and business development at TVBet. Like you mentioned, we are already quite recognized among in the industry. We are trying our best to be able to provide a fully certified product to our operators. And we specialize in the production of live games, and those live games are not a standard live dealer format games that you know, for example, from Evolution Gaming. It's a hybrid. It's more like a sports betting where you have dynamic odds and express bet options, where players place a bet on given markets. So this is not something typical, it's not standard, so it kind of creates many opportunities on different markets, because each and every market has their own rules and regulations, and that itself can create very good opportunities for us and for B2B suppliers, actually. So I would like to start by saying that there is nothing special or magical about dealing with regulated markets. It is a lot of work and research to be done, and takes a very experienced compliance manager to create a solid roadmap and find those opportunities. However, every regulated market has its own rules, dynamics, language, players, politics, etc. And they are all very different from business to consumer or business to business perspective. And the whole regulatory process is extremely complicated for operators. I would divide B2B in few different models. From what I've noticed, there is a more strict one where certain market requires obtaining a license by the B2B supplier, and that would involve usually providing certificates and fees. And another model could be regulators' approval to operate the games. So, and this usually happens through the operator and could require certificates or just rules review, for example. And then is the minimal one, where there are just few mentions in the regulation on what kind of games can be added to the operator's website, and perhaps some requirements towards RNG if RNG is utilized in the product. As a good example of an opportunity would be our home market, which is Poland. Yeah, because this is a market where we have a state monopoly when it comes to casino, and there is some freedom in sports betting. So we have multiple sports betting operators, and it is restricted because they cannot just integrate any product that any games. Basically, those games need to have specific format, and this is where TVBet fits in perfectly, because like I said, it's not live dealer where you play against the dealer. You are betting on the outcomes on certain markets. So it's a perfect gap that we placed ourselves into, and there are currently four providers that can offer this type of games. But then again, the regulator decided to complicate it a little bit more. So there is just a limited number of games that can be added. They specifically name few games that can go live through those bookmakers. So yes, the law is restrictive, but still you can make fantastic results. All it takes is good level of involvement.
Okay, and I hear you. I actually understand you very well, because your product is, as you mentioned, is a very hybrid product, which from one side it creates good opportunities, as you mentioned, like channeling and stuff. From other side, it really creates some sort of a mess inside of the heads of the regulators of the classification or categorization of your products in general, because it looks as if it's a casino product, while the logics is basically betting logic. So I suppose that the regulated market poses more issues or like let's say, yeah, like problems to overcome, rather than just going live with whatever you have freely, because it's really an interesting product, which is already it's not a new product anymore. It was a new product, but it's everybody knows about it. But I know myself very well that the regulators still are having a hard time to figure out how to treat these games in terms of the categorization. Okay, so let's move a bit. I will come back to you, Evelina. I hope, if I have time. So let's move to Magnus. I see him here in the corner. Hi. Really nice to see you. And now you represent Play and Go. Basically, you go for, picking the regulated markets, which ones to enter, which ones to not enter, or, you have some sort of, let's say, internal guidelines yourself, how to pick the particular markets to go for, let's say, this year or next year. So this thing about the ever-increasing regulated marketplace for you, for your business, how do you see it? How, what's your take on it, and what's your strategy on the regulated market approach, which will never, get into the unregulated side?
All right. Yes. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. And so our strategy is very simple. Actually, we are going to be in every regulated market there is. Playing Go believes that regulated markets are the future. That's where the industry is heading, and that's definitely where we are heading. And we are going with the industry into every regulated market there is. Then it just becomes a question of timing. And as you alluded to in your question, how do we make those calls? That's also very simple. It's on a business case basis. How we prioritize. We have a fixed set, or we don't have endless resources, and you need lawyers, you need developers, you need all that. So of course, we make our priorities based on return on investment and market acceptance, the way the jurisdiction is looking and constructed, etc. Very, very normal and not very nothing dramatic there. But the ambition is to be in every regulated market. And,
okay, so that's what I wanted to hear. If you have that final goal, but you're just picking what the route is going to be, or you just because there are different strategies. Like if it's over regulated, we don't want that kind of a mess for us, so we just skip that or something like that. But I wanted to understand. I wanted to hear if the final goal is to be everywhere possible.
Yes, yeah, and as Evelina said, the regulations are different everywhere, and what we want to do and what we are doing is to create a really compelling package of games and solutions around the games and services around the games for our customers in each regulated market that helps them be successful. And that's going beyond the games and into everything from business intelligence to correct invoicing and having great account management, having a deep knowledge of that market we go into so that we can provide support and help for those that want it, and build successful businesses together with our product, but also our know-how, our knowledge, and making life easy for them, as easy as it can be. And again, regulations are different, but when we go into a regulation, we want to go in with this full package. We don't want to dip a toe or just have a subset of our offering. So we rather wait a couple of months or whatever time it takes until we're completely ready to enter with the full arsenal of stuff that we offer.
Okay, for just a brief, stuff. I know what you offer, but maybe there are people, who. Yeah. So just introduce a bit,
Yeah. So Playing Go creates digital entertainment in terms of online games, and we online slot games and table games. We have around 300 games in our portfolio. We launch around one game a week. They are all. Our ambition is to be a premium supplier with high-end games with the same. We treat all the games as equally worth, so we don't have like a series A or B. They're all of the same quality, and it should be immediately obvious that it's a play and go game.
Yeah.
We offer them with a package that is similar to each market. So when we launch a game every Thursday, 8 o'clock, typically Central European time, it is available in all jurisdictions possible at the same time, and with the same options in terms of what kind of services we offer around the game. So we don't differentiate, and we don't prioritize one market over the other, and we don't prioritize one customer over the other. So it's a full launch, all jurisdictions, all services every week, and that's also something we need to take into consideration when we look at the new market. That needs to fit into our strategy. So
okay. So obviously, those jurisdictions which require, let's say, integration certificates, they are just a bit, rejecting the launch and stuff. So I understand perfectly. But
typically Italy and Romania, for example, will take a couple of weeks because there's a process there. We work with that process and try to make it as quick as possible. But there's external factors that might delay that. But from our perspective,
yes, I understand. That's towards the end user and not towards the operator, which is your partner. So yeah, I perfectly understand. So okay, so thanks a lot. I will definitely come back, but I want to remain in the same topic with Jan Urbanets, because it's the same thing. So if Jan is here, because I see him. So can you elaborate on this, exactly the same thing we were discussing right now, on the regulated market side, on your approach of picking and selecting the jurisdictions, of your approach of launching, of your approach of, let's say, prioritizing the jurisdictions in terms of any kind of things, because I can imagine that, let's say, the necessity to provide the critical files, the checksums to the regulator, and immediately close down the game when the checksums change is a crucial thing. And there are many of the B2Bs which don't really want to enter that kind of a market at all, while the others, they think that as we heard Magnus saying, that eventually we are going to be everywhere. So yeah, so I don't see Jan. Oh yeah, okay, I see him. Hi. So I hope I made a question more or less clear. So I'm giving the mic to you.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Happy to be here again at one of Zoltan's events. Always fun to be part of it. Actually, the main thing that I would point out, because Magnus took away most of my answers, because obviously as a B2B, you want to be everywhere. That's the bottom line. You want to be everywhere. Now the details, that's the funny part. So for us, the main, I would say the main question is to keep up with the newly regulated markets while following our roadmap of entering the already regulated ones. So it's a little bit of a challenge at this moment to really prioritize, because we know which way we want to go. We understand our product, we understand the players, and we are pretty much sure where the games will work for sure and where the games will have to be heavily promoted, because our product is now in a specific category, let's say, of very traditional high roller guys, and in some markets where we would like to enter, and when the regulation is, I would say, too complicated, and at this moment very jumpy, like Sweden, if you are not established there as a new provider, I don't think it's a smart move to push over this. So in some jurisdictions, we really pick our battles and we choose the strategy to wait and see, either increase a portfolio of games that will definitely work on the market, or try a marketing strategy to acquire players that will respond better to our portfolio. That being said, the best opportunities in our experience is in newly regulated or re-regulated markets. So if I see that from basically like the 7 years that I've been with Endorfina, I've seen every time a market is regulated or re-regulated, there is chaos, some kind of chaos.
Yes.
Depends on like who's in charge, depends on the culture, depends on the if it's a government institution, or if they take some of the responsibility of the government institution and pass it at least to a testing laboratory. I've seen like lately that it was, I would say I was very much not pleased, for example, with the situation in Georgia, which was quite fast, quite jumpy, and very untransparent. And at some point, basically, we were begging the regulators to just talk with us in a let's say collaborative manner. So this kind of experiences are on one hand complicated, but on the other hand they are rewarding, because I understand that somebody chooses to take their time, somebody chooses to not to complicate what they have right now and take a breather and rework their strategy, because at some point it makes sense. But we are still young enough and flexible enough to jump into these chaotic situations and try to work it out and put out the energy. And even though it's unclear, the rules, we still enter the market, take small risks, but try to work with the regulator on a basically daily or weekly basis, because sometimes not even the regulator understands what the politicians had in mind. And they keep, every week or every month adding additional requirements that we forgot. We need like a little bit more of this, a little bit more of that. So I think this is a strong point to make, that if you have the will and you really want to push through all this red tape and mostly organizational issues on the side of the regulator, you can end up winning in those markets at least a little bit of what is possible there.
Okay, yeah, well, I really hear you. I think the Georgian situation is a bit particular due to the semi-private regulator. I think we have the regulator in this conference actually at some panel. I don't remember, but I totally agree. I totally agree with you, and I will come back with the situation with the question for everybody. Basically, where do you think, as far as the regulation is really coming everywhere, so and it's really not in the same line or something like that. So it's really interesting to understand, for me to hear your thoughts. How does it shape the iGaming industry itself? Like, obviously we want to shape the regulations and not the other way around, but the fact that it's the regulations are increasing, does it really change the iGaming industry in any kind of way? Does it mean like we have to have some sort of other approaches or other sort of games, or it's basically you think that it's remaining in the same line, just we have to adapt to the new rules, and that's it. So but I think I will have this question for the second part of our panel. I want to move to Oliver because because one thing, I have to move to you, and the other thing is I really liked your product when I was, because it was new, it was a new product for me. I didn't know about it. So please, introduce what do you do, and how can you, how do you see your product, adding to the iGaming industry in the regulated market, and the advantages that you can bring.
Okay, thanks. I'm Oliver Lied, CEO and founder of Nanocosmos from Berlin. I bring maybe a bit different viewpoint here to the table because we are a technology company in the live streaming industry. We are working with video since 1998, well known as a reliable partner, and received some awards already in the video and broadcast industry. And now for several years, we provide a complete live streaming platform for interactive use cases called NanoStream Cloud. We're completely white label, and our customers run our software under their brands. So these are usually platform operators which embed interactive live streaming into their system, like iGaming, of course, and live casino games, but also live betting, other use cases which create monetized business content like live auctions and webcasts for business and entertainment. So having said that, we see a lot of opportunities for live streaming in the gaming industry. And when it comes to regulated markets, live video somehow creates some more credibility in my opinion. You see real people sitting on a table and a live game running. You see a real life situation. Also having metrics available and the right business insights into the content and your outreach increases the credibility somehow of your and the transparency of your application. So our company not really provides a gaming solution, so we're not directly handling these gaming regulation things. It's more a generic live stream platform, but we still have to care about certain legal issues like content ownership and legal rights of the content, of course, which we handle with protection and security technology around the live stream, but also metrics to have the right insight in where you are more active, where you have more business value and certain areas of the world, and where it's important to maybe invest more into regulation. So what I found interesting was the comments in the former panel, which is somehow pointing to an important fact, in my opinion, that regulation is not only a legal issue, but also some kind of reputation based, and of course a political influence, and also cultural background, which is impacting the whole regulation thing. So the whole reputation of the industry is, as we know, not so high compared to other gaming areas like video gaming, which of course also has monetized content like the free-to-play approaches, etc. So it's not too far away in the use case, but the reputation is much lower. So handling that and creating more investment and activities in public affairs and having a reliable platform running, a transparent platform, things like responsible gaming, increasing kind of the approach of serious games, which get rid of the reputation issues. I think that would be valuable activities which increase the possibility to also cope in regulated markets better.
Okay, understood. So yeah, can you please provide some let's say some examples of what you do? Like, just let's say let's divide into some sort of products that you can provide. So basically, one is the streaming thing, let's say service to what whoever comes to you, or how does it look like? We already spoke about that, but I want the audience to really understand where are you coming from. How does it look like? Because we don't have the presentation here, so yeah.
Yeah, so we can pick a video feed from an operator or from a gaming provider. So we would pick up a camera feed from anyone who's sending us a live stream. The platform providers would send this live stream from a table, for example, to us. We do the delivery around the world, and we also have a player software which is running on all browsers. So you can embed this live stream then on any web page, on a gaming web page where you have a live video running. The gaming elements are coming from your specific application in your gaming backend, but the video feed is coming from our platform, and we are somehow hidden as a white label provider on this web page. So the viewers will see the branded game running and the live stream running on that web page. And it's picked up then by our network, which we take care handling going around the world. So it runs on any device. We operate also in very hostile environments, anywhere in bad network situations. Of course, a game should run anywhere, even in a bus or when you commute, that the quality stays as high as possible. You see the game running and you can place your bets. So the interactive component is very important. Needs to be in a low delay situation. Low latency is a very important technical word for this, where you have a low time offset between the camera and the viewer, which needs to be around 1 second end to end. So you can keep in near real time and keep your game running or your bets running near the real time game is running. So that's
okay. But so for instance, like, you know, what I hear from you now, you know, like, you know, you already pointed out some like, you know, requirements, but these are, you know, let's say self-raised requirements. Let's say 1 second. You know, what's that? Or you already became, let's say, under the radar of the regulators, of the gambling regulators? Have they, you know, already included you into the scope of, you know, let's say testing or certifying with the labs or something like that, you know, providing the certificates and stuff like that? Is it, you know, or because we are still, you know, speaking about the increase of the regulations everywhere. So, you know, so basically my question is, are you already under some sort of specific regulatory requirements, specific gambling specific regulatory requirements in any kind of jurisdiction, or is it, you know, foreseen to the future, you know, for the future?
As we don't provide any games, we are not related to the gaming regulation, but of course we need to be, as a European company, to comply to all legal rules which are around providing content and live content, but not specifically to the gaming industry.
Okay, great. Let's move to Alex, if he's here. Yes, he is here. Hi.
Hi.
How was your last half an hour listening to us?
Amazing. You know, for me, like, I'll do a bold statement. I love regulations, you know. I'll elaborate on this more, but in my particular situation and in general for industry, I think this is a great thing. And, you know, I had like, since we are working in gaming and media business, you know, I'll just explain that Betagy is the largest content marketing dynamic provider of our industry. And basically we work with digital, we work with retail, we work with performance marketing, we work with on-air graphics, and we have experience in Europe and US. We have experience in gaming top companies and media top companies like ESPN, Yahoo Sports, and so on. So and both regulated and unregulated markets. So I have you know, I have a knowledge of all those parts of the business, and I can say that following the Magnus thought that actually, you know, this is where the industry is going, to regulation, because it makes better the whole ecosystem. And looking on a macro level, if you look at the market unregulated and non-regulated, the amount of professionalism you see in marketing campaigns, in the companies, in a talent which they can acquire in their companies, in a investment which they can bring, in a stability which regulation can bring into the into the industry itself, in the regulated markets, makes it night and day in terms of the long-term investment of resources. And if we talk about opportunities, and especially, let's say, if you work in innovation industry as a part of our industry, or anything which gives you opportunity to develop, regulation is the way to go, and we need to embrace it with anything with everything possible. And from my perspective, for example, we have the last 2 years we worked extensively with US companies, and they're crazy about regulations. If Europe is crazy about regulations, US is like, next level. And especially when we talk about merge of two industries here, which is sports media and sports betting, for example, where in US it's a normal thing to every betting company becomes a media company and media company becomes betting company. They create lots of content, always dynamic, live. So when you have live content in a regulated industry, they are very cautious about not actually what the content will be. They're cautious whether they can comply with each state regulations. And when we talk to big guys like ESPN, Sinclair, Univision, they don't have product is a level 0 to talk to them. So if you have a product which fits their needs, or they even don't know they need it, but they see it and they like it, this gives you a level 0. And then afterwards, the biggest discussion goes around integration, and 70% of integration goes about regulation, and then how technology can help them to comply. So one of the requests which I constantly get is, okay, Alex, how your software can enable us to see how much exposure every betting piece of content can be, like how we can measure the exposure on all 150 regional TV stations, of the odds which we show in certain states. So it's so different, and this gives you an additional value on top of your product. So basically, if you work with unregulated markets, you can sell your product for X amount of money, and this is the base value which you have. When you go to regulated markets, because of the ecosystem is more developed, you have more money, more professionalism, more investment in it. Everyone is cautious about regulations. Therefore, the price of mistake is higher. Therefore, you can add extra margin on top of your content by providing technological tools to comply with regulations. And that's how, basically the growth happening in my company. As soon as we moved from a mid-tier clients to top-tier clients, we didn't change the product much. Of course, we do the improvements, but what we upscaled is actually our legal department and how we deal with regulations and what tools we provide our customers with in order to comply with local regulations. And it gives stability to the whole ecosystem here. And if I can compare both clients from unregulated and regulated markets, and on the quality of, it all goes down to the whole industry organization. So it's not about legal part. So if you see the level of marketing campaigns which they execute in one industry and in one market and another one, it's completely different. And it's more like barbarian style of doing business, and proper style of doing business. And then when market suddenly becomes regulated, but it was unregulated, then we have a headache. And all the companies which were not compliant with this, they have a problem how to fight army of great companies which are flooding the market with expertise, capital, stability, and so on, and knowing how to do business in regulated markets versus barbarian techniques of marketing and therefore legal setup and so on and so forth. So the faster we go into regulated markets, the better for everyone here. And obviously, if someone is not transforming themselves now, already been in unregulated market, they would have to do it sooner or later or die in my case. And
okay, I perfectly hear you. Now I want your thoughts on the other aspect of the same puzzle, let's say, because you're right now you were speaking about the unregulated and regulated market, but it's not always the highly regulated market is not always a well-regulated market. So, how do you see these, two, from my, experience, the two worst, regulation errors are, bureaucracy, one thing, and the other thing is the unreasonable regulation. Like, you can have, it's as high as unreasonably, you always have these kind of, funny stuff, which is, it really acts in opposition to any logic there is. Let's say, like, ever spinning RNG. Let's say one of the requirements that I see sometimes in at least two jurisdictions is an ever spinning RNG for the slots, which is completely insane, which is a very, very high regulation. The example of a really high regulation, but it's not worth it at all because it's worthless. So how do you see these kind of obstacles like bureaucracy? Bureaucracy is a problem not only for the little ones, for the little B2Bs or B2Cs, but for the big corporations as well. So how do you?
Sure.
What's your take on that?
We have clients, in highly regulated, and I would say to my liking to regulated environments where we cannot, for example, introduce any product to the market for next years, not because it's not valuable for them. We know it increases conversion. We know it's good. Everything is good, apart that they cannot, and they say, Alex, the problem we have is that we need to wait for skies until the regulation is changed. And those are the top players in this market. Therefore, they are watched very carefully, and they say we cannot do left or right, even without being noticed. Therefore, they're scared, and this stops the innovation. And everyone wants to implement it. The whole team is excited. The proof of concept done. Everything is done. There's a business data. It makes perfect business sense without actually, possibility to implement it. And this kind of I don't like stuff. And obviously, there is always a balance. It's supposed to be balanced somewhere, because bureaucracy kills innovation, kills the speed. It favors their competition, which is unfair. Someone who doesn't follow regulation will win in certain perspectives, and regulator doesn't do a good job until, let's say, canceling out those who have who provides unfair competition. So I'm for balance, and definitely overregulation is same.
Okay, I really agree with your point that it's the quality of our industry really benefits from regulation. That's for sure. And with the quality of the industry comes the reputation as well as automatic circumstance. So so I want to get back to my previous question about how this the regulation, how does that shape the products, the products, the industry, the approach that we have as the industry? Does it really influence of what we create, what we want to provide, in terms of what we are allowed to provide, or is it, or do you still think it's the other way around? That the regulations really adapt to what is there in the market and somehow follows the industry, or now we already got into the point that we have to follow the regulations. So let's start from the start, Evelina, because we still have 15 minutes. So I think we will run one round and see if there's some sort of question from the audience.
Definitely interesting question, but I think that all depends, like Jan said before, that it is all about the company's target and goal, because they cannot change completely the product that they created just because the regulator of one jurisdiction says so, because it's simply not wise. So I would say that you can change some aspects in your product, adjust it according to the regulation, but not change it entirely, so that the main basically goal is lost. So to some aspects it might create some changes, adjustment, but not entirely.
Okay, thanks a lot. So Magnus, let's move to you. What's your take? Who's really now following whom? The regulations are following industry on, or industry is forced to follow the regulations. What do you think, and what do you think it's what will we see in the future?
Yeah, so can only speak for ourselves, of course, but we want to provide gambling in a safe and secure and honest environment, and the regulators wants the same thing. So in that sense, we are working towards the same goal, and most often it overlaps. Sometimes some jurisdictions or regulators go further than others, and of course we have to adapt our products somewhat. But since we have the same fundamental ambition to provide that safe, secure environment to enjoy good entertainment with a gambling part in it, then I think it's for us it's not a big deal to adapt the product. It's not a big issue for us. I believe that we are clearly driving towards high quality entertainment. That's the space we want to be in. The regulators, I feel, wants that as well. So again, we have alignment. There are elements of big jackpots, network jackpots, or other functions in the games that maybe other suppliers are using more frequently than we are doing, and we see regulators aiming towards those. And honestly, it's not a big concern for us, but it could be for the industry. So in that sense, I believe that we are, if not driving, at least leading or being part of the same movement, depending on how aggressive I should pitch, play and go. But that's where we want to be, and I think that in many cases we are, and that's a good spot for us. We want to be there. We want to provide a safe, secure gambling. We want to provide high quality entertainment, and that is for the most part rewarded by both operators, players, and regulators.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jan. Turning to you with the same thing.
Well, the question for us is usually the following. If we have some, let's say, very restrictive regulations that would damage the product in some way, or not damage, alter it in a way that the players may feel cheated, then we can use this as an advantage, because everybody is now pushed into this area. So everybody has to alter the product in a way that will be inferior than in some other jurisdiction. And the players will tell you, yes, in this jurisdiction the games are inferior. I can give you an example. In the Czech market, you have a win cap. If your game delivers a win over 500,000 crowns, you automatically are breaking the law. So this is we're talking about wins that in general other jurisdictions are not a problem, and the Czech players
Can you please tell me in euros, just for the?
We're talking about I would say like 20,000 euros or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So this is nothing if you look at other jurisdictions where the players are really chasing the high wins. So right now in this situation, you have two options as a product person. Either you just cut the win at this moment and I'm abiding by the regulation and that's it. Or you go around and you try to create a game or a mechanic that actually fits this requirement and makes it a strong point. For the win is very restrictive, and usually from what I've seen in the market, nobody has nothing, But for example, in the German market, where you have more technical restrictions about spin time, about the stake limits, then you can go and you can look at this and try to understand, okay, will I be compliant if I introduce these completely new solutions? And there are providers out there focusing on this, trying to make innovation out of a bad situation. So I think this eventually will lead to the regulators shaping the product. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the history of slots, which this is what I can speak of, you can see that the basic stays, but some mechanics came up because the regulator says, oh, look, this is too much. We cannot allow the players to spend the money this fast. You know, it looks very bad. You're creating gamblers. So, okay, so we'll abide by the regulation. We want to be compliant. We want to keep, you know, the relationship intact. So we're going to introduce a mechanic that doesn't make a fool out of the regulator, but at the same time make it teasing for the player. So I think this is where some companies can really, really win in the markets. But unfortunately, sometimes, you know, the time to market is more important, and you just have to make the cuts, change the product in a way that the regulator says, and well, you are there in the same pool as all the other guys supplying the games. So at the end of the day, the players will choose.
Yeah, okay, I see your point, and I really agree with that. And you don't, you know, you and both you and Magnus, you are speaking about the maybe more about the technical part, but there's the visual part as well. You know, and it really, you know, the regulations really already it's you know, the visual part has been shaped for a bit of time right now. Because, you know, starting from the you know, early days where you could really market, you know, freely, basically, like you can win, you know, that you this or that will get you rich or something like that, which is totally unacceptable, you know, these days, or the nudity, or you know, other kind of things. So these regulations clearly, in my opinion, clearly shape the industry. So maybe to the better or worse, that's for people to decide. But yeah, let's move with the same question to Oliver and Alex, because we still have 5 minutes. So maybe Oliver, maybe you know, as far as you are, as you know, correctly pointed out, from a bit of a different side of the business. So maybe, you know, the regulation is not shaping your side, of course. However, maybe you already see, you know, some signs or from the other industry of you know, what's coming there. Yeah, from the obviously the GDPR side of the things, and you know, how do you see it?
Of course, regulation influences somehow, as it depends on our customer success. And I think it's all about credibility and trust. So if you create a trustful platform, a trustful game, a safe game environment, I think that's a win-win situation for everyone. And the regulation directly is maybe not always a bad thing. So that might be an unpopular opinion here, but I see also there is, of course, important to keep kids away from certain things, to keep people away from getting addicted and things like that. So, and if providers adapt to that and create serious games, reliable games, a safe platform, trustful business relations, and then it's a mutual benefit, and that creates also more openness by the regulators. So I think everyone has a responsibility here somehow to work on improve that, to be able to enter these markets. And we've seen by opening the regulation a bit, that was, of course, also created by kind of serious, reliable platforms which take care of also these viewpoints somehow.
Okay, thanks a lot. And Alex, your take on the same thing. Who's following who and who's shaping what?
There's no white or black stuff. I think there's a economic theory which looks at the business as a unit on which forces are pushing, and you have supplier force pushing, so they somehow shape up your business. You have customers which shape up your product and business. You have your employees, you have your shareholders, and one of the important forces which pushes in business is governmental affairs, and of course the regulations. And in every industry it will be different force pushing from each side, and obviously in our industry we have a higher force pushing there. Therefore, we cannot say that it's unshapeable. Like, it definitely shapes it, and more so than any other business. So you have a strict limits how your product can look like, how it will interact with all kind of ecosystems internally and externally in your business. And I think I would say if other businesses, and this is one of the most important ones, because if you assess the risks, say you try to invest in certain business or industry, you assess the risks, governmental risks and regulational risks as the one you cannot control, you have low control over. So you need to adapt, and this is the only way how you can do it. Of course, you can do association and have a force and so on and so forth, but it's still low level of control over this risk factor or this push force. However, it's everywhere in every industry. We just have a bit more of those, and that's why we have all the conferences. 70% of the conference we usually talk about regulations, not about innovation and everything else or product or marketing or something. We talk about regulations, and this is the way it is. And however, I have a very bright, end into this, because in my many years of working with designers who need to design, if you don't give a clear brackets to designer, time, what he needs to deliver, and so on, he usually will not deliver. If you give him a clear boundaries, the best designers will survive and deliver the best product they have. And it's not only design. I think it's a whole product. It's anything in business with a clear boundaries. Then you have a game of skill, and the best will win. So I would say yes, it does shape more than everything, but I think we can all adapt to this, and move on.
Okay,
so I just want to add something. Sounds like all our products should be fully customizable and adjustable. That is the perfect solution for ever-changing markets, I believe.
Yeah, especially in Europe and everywhere, you need to apply with everyone regulations if you sell across multiple countries. So it's not an easy game. That's why we wouldn't have such tough competition, I guess. We have less newcomers, we have less startups starting in this industry, we have less it's hard to enter business in general, to learn it and so on. So we might enjoy this. We
might, and it's like we are used, or the other regulated industries are really used. We were used of saying that the legal acts are so, let's say, old, and they don't really talk about the actual situation, because everything is really changing a lot, and the industry is really shaping what we see, and the regulation must somehow follow, and now we see that we have these kind of strong brackets and have to adapt quite heavily. So yeah, but I'm really thankful for you, everybody, for your thoughts. I hope at least someone in the audience enjoyed what we spoke about, and will enjoy the recording. I want to get the microphone back to Zoltan, because it's equally time, so that's a good sign. And thanks a lot once again.
Thank you, guys. And most probably the over 500 viewers on YouTube are also thankful for the conversation. So thank you so much, Andrews and the panelists. We move on to the final panel discussion of the day, which will be moderated by Helen Walton. Helen, are you here?
I'm here.
Good, nice to see you. Okay, so I will leave you to it to introduce your speakers and get started with this awesome panel discussion.
Thank you. I was feeling completely confident and happy until I heard we had 500 live viewers on YouTube. I don't know if that's disturbed anyone else. I want to introduce my panel. I have Shalva Bukia, who is the product director at Scribe, who are delivering a fantastic set of really interesting and unusual arcade games. Lloyd Purser, who is the CCO of Funfair, which started out as a blockchain gaming services producer and is now delivering a range of fantastically interesting crash games. And Ben McDonough, who I noticed, Ben, your LinkedIn profile says lots of incredibly serious things, but I know you as someone who's passionate about games and playing and fun. So I was slightly shocked by this serious Ben that I don't.
Alter ego, digital alter ego. We'll talk about these.
And I'm Helen Walton, and I'm founder and CCO at GE Games, and we produce a range of different games from arcade all the way to slots, and we're currently working on multiplayer. And I have apologies from Kira Nick Liam from Betson, who is feeling really ill and can't be with us, which she's very sorry about, but not as sorry as we are, because she has really cool stuff to say. But I have taken notes from her, so I may interject some of her amazing insights from time to time. So I wanted to start off with a basic question about this panel, which is, what are arcade games and how do they differ from the traditional iGaming casino games that we see? I don't know, Ben and Shalva, perhaps you want to start with that.
Yeah,
Shalva,
sure.
please. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I would say the main difference between arcade and traditional games like slots is interactivity. While, for example, in slots, player just pushes the button and waits for the result, in arcades, player is active participant of the game. He interacts with the game, makes decisions, and in the end, this leads to more active gameplay where player has sense of control.
And Ben, you do some hybrid games. So how does that work with the hybrid games you work on?
Yeah, certainly. I think one of the key things we wanted to teach ourselves through the first evolution of our arcade games was the player desire within a slot to modify the outcome. Until the product exists, you can only work with hypotheses, and the hybrids of our first batch of games were and are knockout slots in which players could modify the result to trigger a feature or fail to, and then they miss out on the money they should have won. I think some of the key learnings we took from that is that there's a distinct audience between players looking for that interactivity, that opportunity to modify the outcome within a game, and slot players. I think, and that's good actually. I was hoping there was going to be a natural cross sell, but I think it's actually a distinct audience, which completely changes the opportunity.
Yeah, because that leads me nicely to my next thought, Ben, because to some extent we've discovered if you put arcade games on a slot page, they just die. Nobody makes any money, and everyone will tell you happily, skill games don't work, arcade games don't work. And that's because slots players, they love their slots, they're really happy with them, they enjoy them. But let's talk a bit about this other potential audience. Who are the people who do want arcade games? Do you want to jump in on that, Lloyd?
Yeah, I wish I knew.
Well, you've got a unique perspective.
Where are they? No, I'm just kidding.
Found a great audience.
I'm just kidding. Coming back to your point, yeah, we've released 2 games now, and yeah, we've seen success where operators have positioned us correctly and sold the games correctly, which is no surprise. But if an operator, as they can with our games, just our games can be distributed as slots are, multiplayer games through a single player RGS effectively, or through any aggregator that's connected. They can just take the game and whack it into their slots vertical. I've seen our games in slots, tables, new and other on a single operator, which is kind of confusing for players, right? They've seen it in table games, and our games are clearly not table games. So it's really important. I think that's probably the biggest challenge we've got, actually, from our point of view, is getting the games in front of the right people, and that's working with operators to do that. So we've definitely seen with the operators that have positioned us well and have done and have sought out the audience, we've seen good cross-selling over from Sportsbook. We've seen that they've positioned, actually some of them positioned the games front and center on their Sportsbook pages without, there's no casino content on there, which has been great, and we've seen great results from that. So that the audience is out there. We know it's out there. It's just us working with the operators to make sure we get the games in front of them and enable them to find those players within their database. And that's if there's a bit around acquisition as well. If we can help them to acquire a new player base into their casinos, then obviously that's going to.
Kira certainly spoke very interestingly, I think, about the opportunity for operators to diversify their customer base. Mm-hmm. And that's both about being part of the wider social context, making sure that that we are indeed seen, that real money is indeed seen as entertainment that works for everybody and not just for a very small group of slots or kind of harder players. But also, Kira talked about the possibility of acquiring players more cheaply or acquiring a new type of player. And I mean, Shalva, you and Lloyd, you both do this because your crash games are appealing to a whole range of players who don't traditionally go on to online casinos.
Yes, that's correct. So one of the main differentiators of the arcade games and the crash games in particular is that they are more appealing to younger audiences. And I believe it's because, besides being the arcade game, the crash game in particular has, new this multiplayer element and also in-game chat. So that makes this game more social, more engaging. So it's not just another game where you just trying to have some fun just by yourself and to make so many profit maybe, but it's this new experience when you are actually interacting with others and you have the sense that you are not alone in this game.
And Lloyd, I mean, obviously you and Shalva are both very brilliant, but you didn't invent crash games. It's $1 billion game type, but just not at the moment within regulated real money gaming, right?
Yeah, I mean, Bust a Bit was like the original crash game. It's a Bitcoin crash game. Started, I think, in 2015. The numbers that they've published on their V2 version, which started in February 2018, I must admit, I haven't checked it for a week or so, but it's around 850,000 Bitcoin that have been gambled on that website or wagered on that website in that time. Let's say today's money, it's around $50 billion, something like that. So that's an insane amount of money. That a single site is taking. Yes, it's anonymous. Yes, there's no KYC. Yes, it's not legal, but it's very entertaining. And there's another element, which really brings more community into it. In that the customers actually stake. So there are stakers and there are players, and people stake the bankroll and earn interest off that. So it's quite an interesting concept. So you can stake your own Bitcoin into Bust a Bit and use that to earn passive interest on that because there is an RTP in the game.
You're backing the house, yeah.
Yeah, so you're the house. It's effectively like a P2P. The players that can be the house as well. So, but that takes community to another level, and clearly that's unregulated. So, but what I think it does show is the importance of community. And in the importance of community in that style of games and that type of player, which Shalva's touched on in his as well. And we think that's the important thing and the critical thing that we can bring forward.
I want to come on to community in just a moment. Just to finish off that thought, Ben, talking about this new types of player or alternative areas which regulated real money gaming should be learning from. What are some of the areas that you guys have been looking at to take inspiration?
Yeah, so I mean, a couple of points coming out of that. I mean, I think we were in such a privileged position working in a regulated space to be able to embrace this. Clearly, there's already the market research there. There's a desire for this game type. There's certainly a market for it, but there's not a lot of protection for the players that play in that area. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a certain player base that would have no interest in playing in a regulated way, but I think it's our responsibility to build the games in such a way and provide the environments for them to play the games that we can get them onto regulated sites and provide them with the protections that our industry affords them. But that environment is community, and the Bust a Bit or the Aviator from Scribe and Lloyd's games as well. So much of that is community driven, which isn't necessarily the digital slots experience that we're used to. Obviously, there's tournaments, there's a little bit of competition, but you're never the one. You're just lucky if you're at the top, or you're rich if you're using old mechanics for wagering targets.
And beyond that, right? there's something about not necessarily wanting to be part of a community. I know it's something we've talked about before, that slots players in particular don't often want to share a big win or talk about what they've been up to, unlike sports bettors, and
which
unlike
you can be credited for
arcade
skill.
game players, who are celebrating something. And indeed, to the extent, Kira was even talking about how, as an operator, sometimes if you're inviting out a VIP player and they're bringing along friends or a family member, they often don't want you to talk about what it is that has asked them to be invited. Now, whether that's just about, as a society, we're not very welcoming or inclusive, or whether it's about slots as a game is a fundamentally individual thing. I mean, what do we think about that?
I don't know if that would change necessarily that much from very, very specifically from a VIP hosting activity. A casino is always going to take out the player who has made them the most money. Now, that's probably never a comfortable conversation to have necessarily around your family if they don't know that, you know, you're investing some of your entertainment money into gambling. But you know, I do think that there's different activities that you could introduce when it comes to a community of arcade game players, because suddenly you are looking at someone's decision-making process or someone's you know, consistency when they're making decisions within games. And everyone has a roulette strategy, but it's a margin product. In the same way, everyone I see playing crash games has a crash game strategy as well. And it will change during the session as they chasing or you know, reinvesting winnings. But it's an interesting concept. And if you look at the genre of games that we're bringing out, you know, back into Q1 22, our genre is actually really broad. We're looking at quiz games. We're looking at you know, first-person shooter games. We're looking at puzzle games. So we actually think that the most exciting, most interesting thing about the space, the arcade game space right now, is that we're bringing out all of these hyper-casual social games into a regulated real money space, and for the first time creating a broad enough suite of games, you know, and being on this panel is fantastic because we're with like-minded individuals, so everyone will be nodding and smiling and saying,
More of us changing the industry.
Exactly. And so it's a very easy sell in this conversation, but it's the reality. You know, we're building a great enough suite of games that suddenly we've got a proposition that makes sense to stay.
So some of the data that I've seen is that so even when you know, we don't control the obviously the kind of the operator environment, but we have certainly seen that some of our puzzle games and some of our decision-making games, they have fantastic retention. So even if they take slightly longer to play, and therefore they perhaps have a lower repeat play rate than you know, than a casino manager wants to see on a slot, players come back to them again and again. And of course, that's partly a function, Ben, that it's not an overcrowded area or vertical at the moment, but it's also a function that people, there is an appeal of a game where you know that you had an element of control in your experience within that. I'm not saying it's easy to do, just like Crash or anything else, but there is that element of control, that element of responsibility that brings players back to the game.
Which you've seen in your solitaire game as well.
Oh, so, God, yeah, yes. And of course, solitaire to some extent is a bit easier because at least casino operators understand it. They're like, yes, play that, know that. Sometimes they find puzzle and social games, or even the video games and esports that I guess all four of us take some inspiration from as well. They sometimes find that much harder to find a place for it to live on their site. Whereas solitaire, it's a card game. They have card games. They know where to put that.
Yeah, it's funny because when you know, one of the foundations we see of our games is that they're simple, but it's like when you show someone a Crash game, you play one round, they get it. So but it is such an engaging. It's such an engaging game. And coming back to the community element of it, I mean, actually, one point I was going to make on community is that we say that slot players don't necessarily want to be part of a community, but then what about streaming? So this kind of, do they just like to be voyeurs? I don't know. You know, like there are people watching, other people play slots at high value. So what's all that about? If you know, if they don't want to be part of a community.
I'm a big, the project we're working on at the moment is all about true multiplayer slots and how can you make slots a genuine multiplayer experience, and how can it be truly entertaining and exciting in that sense. So obviously we've just decided to take on the thing we think's the hardest. Yay.
I don't think it's necessarily the hardest, and I think we should probably talk a little bit more on that and correct it. So there absolutely is a natural community for slots players, which is only slots players, and I think you wouldn't get non-slot players having any interest in a slots community. And in the same regard, you also wouldn't have, and this is from my own experience, I don't share my big winnings on slots with non-slot players. Whereas I believe that if I have, a quiz game open and I'm I've just triggered a 7-question potential bonus run, I would be very community oriented in that I'm putting my phone down on the table and saying, hey, Dave, Pete, Ben, come and help us with this one. Is it A, B, C, or D? Because this one's going to win me a lot of money. And that engagement, that element of community is real time, and it's feedback. In a slot, you are talking about the game. It's like comparing cars. You're able to listen to and learn from other people's opinions, but you can't influence the outcome. And I think that's the difference in the two communities.
Do you think there's also an element of if you talk to non-slots players that use play slots, especially if they're not necessarily gamblers themselves, is that it's frowned upon?
Well,
it's gambling.
Can I bring that together?
Soft betting, I don't think is different, right? I mean,
well, let's talk about that. How do regulators view arcade games? Do they even understand them? What's been your experience in getting these products regulated?
Well, it's difficult, right? It varies on the jurisdictions, of course, but in general, it's a difficult process. Since these games are new, regulators are struggling to identify them and put them into category. For example, Portugal refused us a licensing since games didn't fit any of their categories, and there was a similar situation in Spain as well. But I think these are just temporal issues. We are still in talks with Spain, and they are listening. And I'm sure sooner or later, arcades will be as widely accepted as any other game.
What do you think, Ben? What have you found?
It's an educational thing. I think there's a fairly dated UK principle, which is if any part of the game is RNG, the whole game is RNG, no matter how much of the outcome is influenced by skill. So, using that, we actually haven't had any problems at all. The potential win is always determined by RNG, but then it's up to your level of ability to achieve that, with the missed winnings going back into the game for anyone else to win. So the overall RTP is constantly balanced, provably to its theoretical, but with any one individual's experience is completely
varied
by their level of ability. And then you've got to see what the fun, you've got the skill balance pot. We use a skill balance pot mechanic. Proprietary development, which allows us to balance the game, the money to go back in at a later event to another player. And from that perspective, we've never had an issue. So, but
I've occasionally had positive responses from regulators.
Yeah.
I've had regulators say to me that they like the fact that people are engaged. They can't set up 200 auto spins and walk away. That there is longer dwell time in the game. So I've had some positive responses, but like Shalva, I've also had people go, but it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit any of my genres. I don't get it. And other people going, but doesn't that mean skilled players are going to do better? And isn't that unfair? And then you try and explain what you've just been explaining, Ben, that your losses from skill can go back into a generic pot to be redistributed amongst the whole game. And they go, no, sounds hard.
Yeah. But it's, the fact we're on this call means that it's a problem worth solving. This is something that I think, from my perspective, operators should be working with regulators as well as the game developers to say that there is the right motivation to increase the categories of games through which customers can gamble. It's not a negative thing. And
if I could just
gambling is
a cynical moment. There's a 50 billion industry that Lloyd has pointed out to start regulating and taxing. Just a thought there.
That's the crash side of it. If you look at also the hyper casual social game side of it, or the free play side of it, this is a market which doesn't have any regulation, has limited taxation, very little oversight. And I'm not saying everything should be regulated, but we've got this environment. We already know how to help players focus, spend, as it were, and we can do that without needing to pop up ads every time a game round ends, or we don't have to monetize through pop-ups in the game. And I think it's coming back to the regulation question, and as Shalva says, it's early days, so there's going to be rewriting of rules to accommodate rather than exclude, in my opinion. So
what do you think about that, Lloyd?
Sorry?
Have you had any pushback from regulators?
Similarly, I mean, Spain, we presented to Spain, but we didn't move forward at this point because they don't know. We haven't tried Portugal. Outside of that, we have not had any issues. We've licensed the games in UK, MGA, Sweden, Romania. No problems to date. Haven't tried markets like Italy, etc. But it's been fairly relatively easy. Most of them are categorized, and most times the crash games are categorized as instant win games. So it's fairly straightforward. I've shown the games to operators that don't currently have crash games. To regulators that don't currently have crash games, and they've all said, I don't see any problem in certifying this content. So and
none of them have been put off by its association with Bitcoin, or
and they just ask how it works. Basically, that's all they really. How does it work? And when you're going to get a license? Basically, that's kind of like the questions we had. So and it's such a simple game, and not just Crash. I mean, we've done a multiplayer wheel-based game. We've done we've got a multiplayer pinball game coming out. But again, the concepts are very simple, and it's all RNG games, and the multiplayer element, in essence, because it's multiplayer to single outcome, is that no player has any impact on any other player's outcome or result. So it's almost like if we've got 20 players playing in a room, they're all 20 individual games really, but the user interface just shows them as all playing together. So it's very straightforward.
And when we think of a company that's not in this call that already does this, I mean, when we think of some of Evolution's kind of game show games, Dreamtime games, they, after all, are a big part of them, I assume, is being part of the community, seeing other players winning, having a live host responding to chat coming. And again, that in itself, I suppose, is building on the simplicity of the chat rooms that most bingo games would have. And a paid moderator who helps get that chat going and create a community that people can be loyal to. So is that it? I mean, we've talked about community. Is that some of the kind of additional stuff that we might have coming in?
I think, it's a very good example what Evolution Gaming has done with game shows. It's, in past several years, they grow very big. And I think this shows the potential of multiplayer games and community in particular. And if you think about why people like community in opposed to single player games and slots, just a couple of years ago, slot and gambling was considered not in good light, right? Because no one wanted to share their winnings in slots, as you mentioned. I think right now the industry is transitioning into more entertainment industry, and everyone who is, especially the millennials, younger generation, and Z, they are growing with social in mind. It's default for them, right? In the earlier years, there was the thing that as going online, and right now everyone is always connected, always online. So this social and interactions and engagement is considered default. And this is why I think people like this type of multiplayer games.
Yeah.
and entertainment. Thinking of how we bring Twitch and streamers into that, and it's going to be very interesting to see what the regulatory changes that are going to be happening to Twitch will do to that part of how they fund themselves.
Yeah, certainly will be. And if we're talking about Twitch and streaming in general, obviously there's the current changes in regulation which affects the commercial viability of streaming, with a reduced allowance for referrals to casinos or affiliates sort of in view. But if we just talk about them as being, the original use case, which is building communities and building audiences, I think multiplayer games, one of the key benefits I found, certainly from my days at PokerStars when we built multiplayer blackjack, was that you're getting that real-time validation that someone's winning. Like, you are playing a margin game. You are having sessions where you can, be losing every hand. And you think, oh, this is awful, it's rigged. But on the same table, on the same table, you see someone else is hitting their perfect pair side bet, or they're drawing to 21 against the house. You think, okay, it's that real-time validation, the game's okay. And that significantly influences the experience for the gambler. So when you're watching streamers and you're seeing winners, and you enjoy gambling, you're there because you enjoy gambling, it's your chosen form of entertainment, the real-time validation that someone's winning, or even just the solidarity that, my goodness, someone else is losing like I've been, it's really important for that experience. And I believe that the focus of this panel being the rise of arcade skill games, it will have a massive impact on the Twitch community as well. Certainly not short term. It's on us to build the right games, to build the right interactivity, or the right elements, the right decision points within the gameplay interface, in order to make that, whether it's flipping a coin, or if it's trying to if it's a rather convoluted first-person shooter round, it doesn't matter what it is. It's on us to build the better games, to make sure that they're something worth streaming, and something worth someone commenting on in real time and saying, hey, watch out, this is happening, or oh my goodness, how did you get past this? Because that's what is, video gaming audiences love, is progression and skill.
We have seen that starting to happen with Crash Games, right? We have seen some very engaging content being streamed on Crash Games, and the involvement from people watching going, no, you're going too far, or not far enough.
We did an event with Fruity Slots. It's actually, we took a snippet of that and put it in a sales presentation. It's the best piece of sales material I have, to be honest. It's amazing, because they're literally screaming at each other, jumping, hugging each other 1 minute, shouting at each other the next. They're trying to get their bankroll, real money, up to a certain point. And they were supposed to end the stream, actually, and then they just kept going. No, it's just one more. They just keep going. It's on a streak, and there's all, and you could just, it really does work. It actually shows as well, and that for me, how much of a community game really that that Crash can be. It's so simple, but it is, especially when they're playing together, which brings up an interesting idea actually of, is there a product that could be done where people actually kind of play together, or some, I've also thought that, it would be an amazing game on the floor, everyone standing on the floor playing against a massive screen, or, just screaming at each other, because when everyone's in the same room, it gets very exciting, and I think, so coming back to that streaming element, we saw that when we did that with them, and it was great, and they got loads of great positive feedback. But also just the fact that they were enjoying themselves so much, it was just great, and really shows that.
I want to just come back for a moment to a key element, and it's because she's not here that I'm worried I'm not talking about it enough, but to the operator in arcade games, and what's really in developing this vertical for the operator? What's the benefit to them? Ben, do you want to talk about that?
Oh, yes, that's certainly one of my favorite subjects right now. So for me, this is, and I come from operator side, my background, I've been operator for many, 12 of my 16 years.
That's when he was serious. That's when
I was serious, yeah. When I had a real job. No, I think for me, it's such an exciting time to have companies like ours in the industry, because for the first time, and I've seen game developers, 100 plus come with different differentiated game ideas that I just have always been something about them which isn't sustainable, won't last, or maybe it's just too early as well. That happens. So from an operator's perspective, I absolutely see this as being the first time where they can go with an entirely new vertical and say, I want to acquire customers to a different location, different repository, not into casino, specifically not into casino, and not into sportsbook. And it's really important because a lot of gamblers wouldn't see themselves as casino players. They might have a propensity to gamble, but everyone, data backs this up, like the vast majority of adults have played one or more hyper-casual social games within the previous 4 weeks, whether it's Rummy Cub or if it's Words with Friends or whatever it might be, just a casual game to pass the time. But they also have a propensity to gamble. They don't frown upon gambling. Gambling's okay. I don't mind gambling. It's fun. I'm willing to risk 50p to try and make £1. It doesn't, it doesn't turn them off. And for the operator, they can build revenues onto their existing casino without actually needing to do mass cross-sell or dilute the revenues they already have, because they can actually go to market and say, all right, completely different PPC, completely different word search terms to get these customers to SEO, to get these customers coming to our site to play these style of games. And it's a risk because there's no quick win. You're going to be the first one standing alone in the dark saying, hey, we're here, anyone out there? And then one customer will come in, and then that will bring another customer, and eventually this will be a digital community building massive incremental wealth for online operators. So and it just completely changes the narrative as well. I feel you can have a very different conversation with the skill game audience than you can with a sportsbook player or any other type of gambling player. Bingo, poker, doesn't really matter. So I think it's exciting. Like, I'm stoked for them for 2022 to come along with Funfair, GameV, Spry, all of and more being here to actually pad out a brand new opportunity for casinos.
Well, and Kira's phrase was, whoever really breaks this is going to clean up massively. But it's that painful first step and risk, because it's not really a case of if we build it, they will come, is it? It does require an operator that is prepared to invest in a different type of acquisition, to learn some, not to go to the same known set of affiliates or the same known advertising channels and the same expertise they've developed in particular SEO optimization. No, it's something new, and it also has a different onboarding journey, presumably. It's a classic innovator's dilemma, right? Casino and online casinos and sportsbooks are doing very well, incrementally improving their existing onboarding journey, and they're really good at it, and that's where all their very valuable customers are. And it's quite dangerous to step away from that to do something that they're not yet expert in. Who's going to do it? Gosh, we need Kira here to. Who are you seeing do it, Shalva? Because it's not like you're not getting your games live. You are.
Yeah, well, I think we have to try, and as Lloyd said, if we where did the crash game came from, right? It was actually the crypto casino world where the Bustabit was based, and not only the Bustabit, the crash game. There was also many different arcade games that we are using from the crypto casino world, and in terms of customer acquisition, right? The people who are playing the crypto casinos were not the active casino players. There were, innovators who were interested in cryptocurrency, in bitcoins, and these crash games and these games actually emerged particularly partly from the video game world and video game like mechanics. So the lines right now, what we are seeing, these players who play arcade games, crash games, are not traditional casino players, and this is the opportunity for the operator, to if he wants to acquire new customers who are interested in casino but not yet fully engaged, and I think the arcade games are bridge to this.
And which operators are doing it? What do you think, Lloyd? Who are taking these? Who sees this opportunity and is grasping it?
I mean, I can speak mainly about ones we're working with. If you look at someone like Victor have an arcade section, of which they have various games. It's mainly east facing, but it has fish hunting games, it has aviator in it, it has our games in it, and it is a specific section. There's a number of operators that have an aviator tab, right, Shaba, which is specific to crash game. In terms of regulators, I'm not sure, but if you look at others, you've got people like State.com or Gamdom, right? These were less, unregulated, but much more arcade focused, doing these crypto style games, lots of multiplayer games in there as well. I think Gamdom was originally like a CSGO skins betting site. So there's a very different audience, but they focused on things like multiplayer roulette, they have crash games, they have high-low, all multiplayer. I think what it probably requires is for an operator with some size and some budget to take something like that and do it themselves and do it properly in a regulated market, rather than just strapping on it. Or we're going to put an arcade section in our website, or which is still really targeted at casino players. You've got to. I think you've got to take a brand and brand it for the audience that you're going after, and that would probably requires a different brand and test that in a market.
Do you think the opposite might happen, and one of the newer kind of crash sites might decide to become regulated and eat the casino's lunch before they are ready to adapt?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe Stripe are going to do a B2C. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It would make sense. It could do. It's triggered a thought in my head. If we can't get other people to do it, maybe we should do it ourselves. There's that kind of prove the point. But you know what I mean? I think it has to be, if you're going to do it, it has to be done wholeheartedly, not half-heartedly. And therefore, I think you've got to look for who are the players that are missing the experiences that they want, and how can we give them to them, and in which markets.
Again, Kira had an interesting comparison that she said it's kind of like scratch cards. If you do scratch cards really well, you make a massive amount of money from them. And if you do them half-heartedly, or you think you'll just experiment with them, they make nothing at all. And then you find yourself staring at these operators who seem to be making loads of money out of scratch cards and going, how do they do it? How on earth does it happen? So, like many things, it's about focus and commitment.
From my perspective on, which operators, I think it's going to be, we're in conversations all the time. As you know, we've got an entire suite of games going live globally in Q1. And I think, the conversations we've had with practically all of our key customers have been really positive in that, yes, they want to partake, they want to have some fun with this and give it a good push. But I think it comes down to the individuals quite often. And they're not if you're towing the company line, then, more slots at lower prices is the easiest way to hit your targets next year. If you're excited about your space and, believe in the change, and Kira's a great example. I mean, I think if you're on the panel, Betson have had fantastic conversations with us. All remains to be seen how the products are treated once they go out there, but very engaging at a sort of a top high level management as well, in that, they want this to work. And I think there are going to be some really big casinos out there that take that risk, take that gamble and say, do you know what? doesn't, just because it's never been huge before in mass market casinos doesn't mean it won't become. And you know, there's some casinos always describe us as niche, and niche hasn't worked. And you know, slots, I think in Sweden, 5 to 7% of adults who gamble on slots. Does that not make it niche when you've got, you know, 80-90% are playing hyper casual social games? Yes, outside of gambling, but I think it's all about how markets will move and how markets will change, and that will be the ones who will win will be the biggest. You know, I would love to build better relationships, and you know, I'm ex-Flutter in 2 parts, and I would imagine Flutter would become one of the industry leaders within 5, 6, 7 years within the arcade gambling space, purely because size matters. But you know, talking to Daniel Mitten at SoftBet, we're going to work with him in launching some of our games, getting some play testing, and they're fully bought in. They love the idea of sort of embracing this and doing something different for the right reasons, which is diversifying income and you know, standing out from the crowd, which is increasingly hard to do. So,
I mean, is that the case for suppliers as well? Because you know, I'm sure all of us have either do it now or have worked for companies where you're launching slots, and you know, the brutal fact is that there's sort of 80 a week being proposed, and no matter how lovingly you've worked on your animations and done your features, you know, they all look much of a muchness.
yeah, I don't know who wants to take that one. we build slots as well. We're proud of our slots.
Yeah, I think for the large studios, clearly it's a lot easier. You know, I worked at SG for a long time, and people would take your slots because you have rainbow riches. So people will take your games, right? And you've got established studios that people know. You've also a lot of the, you know, especially people like SG, they've got a massive land-based portfolio, which is really strong, and it can leverage that and leverage the IP out of that. So I think for the larger studios, it's a bit more of a shoe in that they're going to. For smaller studios, it's hard, right? How do you compete with that level? It's such a saturated market. It's one of the reasons why we. Right? Sorry.
You have to innovate. So
you have to. That's why we had built some slots, and we did release some slots, but we thought that's not where we are. That's not where we want to compete. Not an area where we think we can compete. So we're focused purely on multiplayer single outcome. So yeah, it's incredibly difficult to do. Just one more other point I wanted to make there. You were talking, Ben, about operators there. I thought interesting that I was in the US a few weeks ago and talking to a number of operators out there, and it's the social, let's say the fantasy like DraftKings and FanDuel have a very different fan base, right? Very different player base, and they could be very interesting entrants. Let's say, and DraftKings have just released a Crash game, funny enough, I think last week. Which has been going out into New Jersey. So that's kind of an interesting concept, and not like Europe, where the player base has been built in a very similar way across. It's like in the US, actually, you've got these fantasy sports players who are in the main, I think it's most of the same, male and young, and then moving into sports betting and then exploring what types of games they want to play as well. So that could be an interesting place for sure.
Yeah, and definitely, you know, we're looking at US with our relationships from our investors there as well. It should give us, you know, a really good opportunity to sort of cut through into that market. And I do wonder aloud how much of player behavior has been influenced by the am I still here?
Yeah.
Sorry. I do wonder how much of players' behavior has been influenced by the lack of availability of digital online. So it becomes social casinos, where you can have a lot more, hey, you've come back for 3 days in a row. Here's a wheel, spin the wheel, see how many coins you get. So a lot more experience outside of the game that you have to put onto the website because it's so competitive. You know, I think any casino website you go to, you might get a login message when you come back to say, hey, today's deposit bonus is X, but it's not fun. Like there's no interactivity there. There's no playfulness to the whole experience. So I do wonder how fast the US will adopt arcade gambling games compared to a very mature Europe, purely because they've not had slots online for that long. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I think you're right, and you may well see a leapfrogging into a different game format, because after all, the the kind of the basic slot mechanic is a really old one. It was the 19th century. It does work.
Clearly it works. I'm hooked. So yeah,
people have been coming up with some great new game type mechanics since the 19th century, and there is no reason you wouldn't want to win a lot of money on them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I think to continue on the operator conversation, I think it's also our job to ensure that the product we give them doesn't cause them a headache. So we can provide a certificate without any changing their own operating license, and technically they can consume the content without needing to do anything different. But that isn't easy, because when we talk about community, I think talking from Green Jay's perspective, we want to deliver everything with rich game events coming from the game to say, okay, you need to collect 150 hearts from Candy Prize BIG in the next 4 hours to top the leaderboard. Like, that information needs to become available. You need to feed it in. It needs to come into a window. It has to be available in real time. And I think then you also want to be known, your handle, and we talked about this the other day. I think it's so important in gambling that you're given the opportunity to start to develop your own player ID as well, your digital persona, which in my opinion I should be the same player on any of the casinos I choose to play on, because I am the same player no matter where I play. I just happen to deposit in Mr. Green in the morning, and on the weekend I'm playing on Wild. So, I'm still me. I'm still choosing the same games, but other games and the operators don't know I'm the same. So
what is your player handle, by the way, Ben? I feel we should know.
I'm always Benny Blanco 001. It's obvious, no? Triple B, Benny B from the Bronx.
I mean, I love this, because what you're really describing is, we're talking about holistic innovations across everything right now, aren't we? We're not talking about one cool game. We're talking about a game within an ecosystem, within a changing operator base as well.
Yeah, that's why I'm so excited. We're at the dawn of a brand new evolution in gambling. And I think we're gonna. I don't know what the wave looks like, or how big the wave is going to be, but this, we may be, us four as a collective, we might be the whales in the pond right now, but the pond's going to become an ocean. I just hope we keep growing with it, and we keep leading in innovation and fun.
Yeah, just call us Edison, guys. Yeah.
Wasn't he the guy who did the patenting rather than I'm also open to that.
Just to illustrate, so as you know, Aviator was one of the first crash games on the regulated markets. And when we approached the operators at first, no one really know what crash game was, and no one actually believed in this game. So first impressions was that, okay, this won't work, just won't work. But after this, and on several occasions right now, when we are entering, for example, some new country and territory where Aviator was launched, we got approached by the competitors of this operator because they want similar game, just because the players are requesting. And after the see the results, this everything changed. So I think, as Ben pointed out, so we are just starting right now.
All right. Well, guys, I'm going to pull it together because I think we can't better it. We're at the dawn of a new era. We're just starting out. And, when people tell you, no, it won't work, all too often it does.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we are ending it on a high note with 300 viewers on YouTube right now. It was a very good day today. Thank you everyone for joining us. Next up, we're going to have on the 22nd of September, the Central Eastern European Gaming Conference. But join us in November for the Hipter Festival, where we are putting together multiple tech industries, artificial intelligence, blockchain, together with the gaming industry in Europe and the Americas. So join us between the 8th and 12th of November for Hipter Festival. And until then,